For thousands of years, humankind has been mapping out the world as we seek to satiate our curiosity about our known surroundings. From the ancient Babylonian clay tablets to the Greek sketches of a spherical Earth and the simple schematic maps of medieval times, cartographers have always been testing new tools and methods as they continued to survey our geography. When creating the early nautical charts, sailors would estimate their position by tracking their speed, distance, and time traveled using compasses and celestial quadrants of the night sky. This was the primordial age of navigation. Just like Metroid on the NES, a labyrinth-style game with no map. Yes, in 1986, video games were in their own primitive navigational stage. Nowadays, just about any game would have some kind of built-in map system, but not here. When you explore the caverns of the alien planet, you really have to explore it, the way an ancient surveyor would. This game wasn't here to pamper your ass. Aside from a vague and useless map in the instruction manual, you were on your own. So, find a pen and paper and get to work. And sure, later they added the map in the Game Boy Advance remake, Metroid Zero Mission, but I'm talking the original version. It was all up to you as you take control of the character Metroid as he explores the planet. Yeah, okay, nowadays it's common knowledge that it's Samus, one of the all-time great female protagonists in gaming, and one of the greatest protagonists of all. But when this game first came out, she was more of a mysterious character like Boba Fett. Her identity was kept hidden until the very end when she first unmasks. This was a pretty cool reveal for the time. Oddly, the manual refers to Samus as a he in both the Japanese and English versions. Whether the misgendering was by accident or an intentional ploy, we may never know. This game was a big deal to me at the time, and I even still have the footage to prove it.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, that was back when I was little nerd, before I graduated with a degree in garbage. It was a less jaded era. You could play a game without much need for criticism. I mean, come on, it's Metroid. It's one of the original Nintendo classics. It was groundbreaking in a sense that it offered a non-linear world to explore as you fight treasure trolls and armored turds while hopping across eyeballs and floating gumdrops. There is an innate satisfaction in upgrading your weapon and abilities so you can go back to areas which were previously inaccessible. It had a claustrophobic and isolating feel inspired by Ridley Scott's Alien, and the music is some of the best of the NES. From the spacey atmospheric title theme, to the upbeat rockin' Brinstar stage, to the haunting tones of Kraid's Lair. Overall, it's safe to say, the original Metroid changed the face of gaming. But there's one problem. It fucking sucks. Yeah, that's right. It's time to show my face so you can see the sincerity in my eyes. You know you can trust a guy with pens in his pocket when I tell you that this game is a frustrating piss storm of fuck! I'll start with the most minor issues. First, you can't save your progress. Instead, there's a password system, which was common at the time, so I don't blame them. And I know the Famicom disc version had a save feature, but I'm talking the Western release, which is the one I had. These passwords suck ass. But keep in mind, back in the day, you had to write them down. So you better have had really good handwriting and were able to distinguish clearly between upper and lowercase letters and numbers. Some of them, like G and L, look like they're in cursive. I'll show you some cursive. Fuck, 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 fuck! When you're low on energy, it beeps at you. Don't you just hate that shit? Nobody wants that. Yeah, I'm low on energy, thanks for telling me. It's like when the fridge beeps to let you know the door is open. Like, yeah, I'm putting groceries away. Or when the microwave beeps when your food is done. But this is worse. It's not just any beep. It's a specifically irritating beep like a smoke detector on low battery. Ugh, make it stop. It wouldn't be so bad if it beeped just once or twice, but it doesn't let up. It's infinite. You can't play under that distraction, so it becomes an emergency to find some energy as quickly as possible. You end up playing recklessly, but it's best to just die on purpose so you don't have to hear that shit. It's hard to hit enemies that are low to the ground. Sure, you can roll into a ball and bomb, but there's no crouching shot. So if you're stuck behind a slow-moving enemy, it's like being stuck behind a cat. You know how cats like to get in front of you with their tails straight up in the air? Those little fuckers. When you go through doors, there's a good chance an enemy is waiting, and they're impossible to avoid. I mean, look at that. That is fucking broken right there. Sometimes they can even hit you on the other side. You gotta be kidding me. Sometimes they even bully you back through the door, so it's just so you can take even more hits. Don't you just love when you step into a room and you're dead on arrival? This is one of those cryptic, where the fuck do you go type of games. You always have to blast through a wall, or shoot up through a ceiling, or drop through a floor and go underneath a pool of lava or quicksand, or which would otherwise kill you. I wouldn't mind it if these were secret areas to find some extra power-ups, you know, a bonus. But these are required paths. Your only way to progress is to take one shitty guess after another. It doesn't even feel like you're supposed to access these areas. Seeing the underside of the fire-breathing seahorse is just plain weird. Like I'm not even supposed to be here. Oh, and for the record, if you say that's what Nintendo Power was for, well, there was no Nintendo Power. The power wasn't turned on yet. The item upgrades are cool, the morph ball, the high jump boots, the screw attack, but the weapons are another story. You go from the regular beam, to the long beam, to the ice beam, which has its advantages. You can freeze enemies and use them as platforms, but when you're trying to kill shit with it, it's slow as ass. Then you get the wave beam, which is the strongest, however it's unreliable at breaking blocks. Come on! Soon enough, you have to get the ice beam again, because the only way to destroy the Metroids in the final area is by freezing them, then using missiles. It sucks how you have to get rid of your wave beam. Instead of overwriting the previous weapon, you should have been able to switch weapons on the fly. I mean, sure, the select button is already being used to switch from your beam to missiles, but a simple menu of some kind would have done the trick. Now, let's talk about this game's most fatal flaw. Every time you die or load your game with a password, you respawn with only 30 health or energy. If you want to know how little that is, allow me to explain. When you start out, the maximum is 99, but along the way you find energy tanks which increase your capacity by 100 each. You can carry up to 6 energy tanks in total, which technically brings your maximum health to 699. So by the time you get that far, you do not want to die. Respawning with only 30 is a fucking insult. You can gradually get your energy back by collecting these little orbs which replenish 5 energy points each. But farming for these things is an excruciatingly slow process due to how unpredictable they show up and the damage you take along the way, which neutralizes it all. You would think there would be a simple energy charge station or some area to refill your health. You know, like the Heart Fairy in Nintendo's very own Zelda, which was released prior to Metroid that same year, and even had a map and a save system, by the way. In Metroid, it's like, fuck you, you're shit out of luck. There are no energy recharges anywhere. However, anytime you collect an energy tank, it will fill your energy to max, but that's only a one-time deal. So once you've already collected those tanks, your only option is to keep grinding for those fucking orbs. You want to know how long this takes? Take into consideration, anytime you get hit, you lose more energy than a single orb. So you can't just mindlessly sit there and tap the button. No, you gotta pay attention that you're not taking damage. Even when you get into a solid rhythm, the enemies only give energy at complete random. And every now and then, they stop giving energy entirely. How am I supposed to farm when the harvest has gone to shit? I tried the bomb method, the screw attack. I've tried running out the door and back again, hoping it would reset, but they only give you orbs when they feel like it. When all's said and done, the time it takes to refill all 6 energy tanks is 30 minutes. 30 fucking minutes. And I'm not even talking about refilling missiles. This is what you call broken. It is a broken-ass, ball-busting bitch fucker of a game. Oh, good. Energy tank. I need that. What the fuck? Oh, that's a cheap shot. All right, got the missile. Oh my god, I can't believe they did that to me again. You fucking pieces of shit. Okay. All right. Okay, dude, no. Oh, I'm not even going to try to get out of there. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Out of there. Get out of there. Oh, God. I can't jump up. No. I gotta make it. Just freeze one of the dudes and jump on him. Come on. Like, no, you gotta be kidding me.
Now you see what I'm talking about. And I haven't even talked about the bosses yet.
Thankfully, there's only 2 of these fuck nuggets, unless you count Mother Brain. The first is Kraid, who's short and unassuming, but it's like messing with a porcupine. You just don't want to go near. They went overboard with these projectiles. There's hardly a damn thing you can do about it. But the secret here is that when your energy gets low, there's a hidden energy tank in the wall. This is a godsend. Except for the fact that you're most definitely going to fall in the quicksand. And if there is any method to getting out of this shit, this would be the time for me to figure it out. But instead, I'll just keep tapping the button in a mad panic like I always do. Oh, come on. If I lose all my energy again after getting the tank, this is straight up embarrassing. Oh, thank God I'm back out. Okay, so I beat Kraid. And next up is Ridley.
Come on. Oh, no. No. Get up there. Oh, try the other side. Here we go. Get up there. Oh, I found a safe spot. Oh yeah. This is the spot right here. Here we go. Come on. Yeah. All right, I beat Ridley. I'm almost dead. All right, I know there's an energy tank in the next room. Oh, fuck! That's a fucking cheap shot. 2. I have 2 left. All I gotta do is screw attack over there. Screw attack. No! Why did it work? It didn't work. Oh!
After you've beaten both Kraid and Ridley, you gain access to the final area. Here you face the Metroids, and as I already mentioned, you have to freeze them and then blast them with missiles. Switching back and forth only takes a split second, but it's a split second you can't afford. You could be busy hitting one Metroid with the missiles when another one approaches you. By the time you switch to the freeze beam, it's already latched onto you like a face hugger. In order to get these sons of bitches off you, you just gotta bomb and roll around, I guess. You know what? You really just don't want to let it happen. Just don't. It is not an option. Sadly, you can't run past them. You have to kill all the Metroids, because that's the name of the game, literally. Even worse than the Metroids are the nuclear onion rings, which spam the ever-loving shit out of you. These are among the worst pests of the NES era. I hate them with all my fucking soul. The second you walk in the door, you take a hit. Trying to shoot out the pillars while avoiding these onion rings is impossible. They just keep knocking you all over the place. This final room is pure hell. I mean, this is a strong statement, but it's so fucking bad, it almost makes Jekyll and Hyde look fun. I hate this fucking stage. At last, you come to Motherfucker Brain, a real mindfuck. She's just a giant brain in a tube. Yeah, Contra has the heart, Metroid has the brain. I gotta admit, it's pretty cool. Yeah, this was right before Krang from Ninja Turtles and the Brain from The Brain. She wouldn't be so difficult if it wasn't for the goddamn onion rings. And look, when I say things are impossible, here's the thing. It actually is possible, which makes it worse because it's an incentive to prolong the suffering. You gotta do it. After all, this isn't The Last Ninja. This is Metroid. Fuck! You need all the energy you can get. So when you respawn, you must do the full 30 minutes of farming. Now think about how many times you'll die on Mother Brain. Then add 30 minutes on top of each playthrough. You want to know why these episodes take so long? It's a no-brainer. My advice is do not die on Mother Brain. The punishment is so severe it should have been illegal. You get to the point where you ask yourself, how far are you willing to go? Do you really need this in your life? Well, I don't care. I'm gonna beat it.
Here we go. This has gotta be it. Oh, man. Fucking onion rings. Here we go. Come on. Yeah, no. Okay. Freeze him, freeze him. Stay frozen. Stay in my fucking way, see? Just need one more. Oh, come on. One more shot. I just need one more fucking shot. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I did it. Oh, get out of the lava. I did it. Wait, it's not over.
You have to escape the planet before it explodes. It's like the end of the original Alien, or like Beneath the Planet of the Apes. No, it's like Alien. You know, it's the part when Ripley sets the self-destruct mechanism and then has to race to get off the ship. Classic stuff. Woo, I made it. And I think I got the fair ending. See, there's multiple endings. Depending how fast you beat the game, Samus will remove more of her suit. But if you enter the password Justin Bailey, you can play in what's called the Zero Suit, which begs the question, who the fuck is Justin Bailey?
Well, that's the original Metroid, a classic masterpiece of shit. Oddly, none of its flaws have hindered its iconic status or the beloved franchise which it was born from. Well, next came Metroid 2, The Return of Samus on Game Boy. Now, in the old days, I would have broken this episode up into a big, multi-part thing, like Jaguar, Batman, Castlevania, all that. But now I tend to give you just the whole damn thing at once because I like you a lot. You would expect a portable version of Metroid to be a compromise, and while it obviously looks more primitive with its piss and puke color scheme, you'd be surprised to know it makes several improvements upon the original. For one thing, you can crouch and shoot down while jumping. And what is this? Is this a save point? Yes, you can save the game! Plus, when you save, you start with whatever amount of energy and missiles you had last. It even has more than one save slot. How about that? Oh, and look what else. Charging stations. Ones where you can refill your energy, and ones where you can refill your missiles. Indeed, this is a huge improvement over its predecessor. However, sadly, there is still no map. But Nintendo Power was around by then, and they covered it twice in issue 31 and 37. They each had their own maps, which you can use to follow along. This would be the equivalent of the MapQuest days, when you would print out directions from the internet and take it with you on your drive. I actually used issue 37 for my current playthrough, and aside from maybe one small omission, I can say it's pretty comprehensible. Without it, you'd be screwed, because the mazes are very confusing, and the non-linear aspect is taken to the extreme, forcing you to spend most of your time backtracking. After you beat Phase 5, you must go back to Phase 4 just to get to Phase 6. The reason it's called The Return of Samus is because you're always returning to the same spots. The goal is to seek and destroy all the Metroids, but now they come in new types, Alpha, Gamma, Omega, etc. It's like a big frat house of aliens. Yeah, that's what this whole thing's about, a big Metroid toga party. I mean, the humor is pretty lowbrow, especially when the aliens start flashing their raw butts in the air. You get all the same weapons, but there's some new ones too, like the Spazer. The Spazer? I mean, come on, that's the geekiest word in all of science fiction. Not a laser or a phaser, but Spazer. What's the difference?
A laser emits photons, but a spazer is its nanoplasmonic counterpart with a different charge density.
That's my impression of a nerd. Yeah. Then there's the plasma beam. This one's similar to the laser in Contra in a sense that it's one straight beam that's powerful but kind of slow. And it's so thin, it's hard to hit anything. It's like trying to slice a sheet of paper sideways. And like the first game, you can't switch weapons, which means now that I've got the plasma beam, the Spazer is gone. The spring ball is an improvement because you can jump while in ball form rather than having to always drop bombs to blast yourself up. The next upgrade is the spider ball, which allows you to climb along the walls, and you have to do this a lot. I guess you could say this game is really balls to the wall. But the ball sucks. It never does what you want it to do. You press in one direction, and next thing, it goes the other way. Or it's not going anywhere at all. It gets stuck randomly, and after so many hours of ball suckage, you'd think I'd eventually get the hang of these controls. But I tell you, there is no rhyme or reason to how this thing works. And when there's an enemy coming, there's no avoiding it. Then there's the space jump, which later becomes the screw attack. The idea is you keep jumping to stay in the air. As long as you're holding down the jump button and with the D-pad, it should work. But for some reason, I keep falling down. I've tried hitting jump slower, faster. There is no rhythm that guarantees success. And there's parts where it's required to get through tricky areas and avoid hazards. With broken-ass controls, you just gotta get lucky. Sometimes there's a spot you need to reach, and you have the option. Should I screw attack? Should I spider ball? I don't know which is worse. Pick your poison. Screw it or free ball it. Either way, you're fucked. Oh look, there's an energy charge. You gotta get it. Oh, fuck! Like the first game, it has lots of cryptic bullshit. Without Nintendo Power, there'd be no way I could have figured this out. What I hate the most are the one-way paths. Like right here, I went up and now there's a bed of spikes in the way. So to get back to where I was, I have to take a huge detour. And don't even get me started about the dark area. This is a common trope and I've never liked it. But here, there isn't even the faintest clue to help orient your position. I can't even tell if I'm moving or not. Let me tell you, rolling in a ball in pitch blackness is the stuff nightmares are made of. And as I've mentioned, farming isn't as much of an issue this time. You might have to backtrack to a charging station, but thank God for those. I find myself having to charge missiles more often than energy, and this is because the Metroids can only be harmed by missiles. And by the time you get to the Zeta Metroids, they take a lot of them. If you're fighting a Metroid and run out of missiles, there is no other option. The game says, fuck you, go back and farm, bitch. And they're stingy about these missiles. They only appear about as often as when you see meteors when you look up to the night sky. Don't even bother, just backtrack to the nearest charging station. The final area is a long, empty stretch, like Dracula's castle in Simon's Quest. There's nothing there, so what's the point? And I am so sick of doing this screw attack jumping. My thumb is about to fall off. Then I come to what seems like a dead end. But check this out. You're supposed to screw yourself up through what looks like solid rock, and next thing, you're stuck in a pool of lava or whatever this is. You can't jump out of it. It's like trying to pull a turd out of hot tar. I mean, what the fuck?
Come on. Ugh! Oh, finally. Oh, almost broke my thumb. Should have broke your thumbs!
Then you gotta get the ice beam again so you can fight the regular Metroids. Yep, nothing's changed. So be prepared to use all your missiles. By the time you make it to the Queen, you've got nothing left, so you gotta backtrack to the charging station. So then you fight the Queen and, let's get real now, you're gonna die the first time, right? And it's a long hike to get back to the Queen from the save point. And you wanna know something else? You can't pause on the Queen for whatever reason. Now listen. You're gonna run out of missiles, unless maybe you found every single missile upgrade in the whole game. So here's the real secret. You let her swallow you, then you roll into the stomach and use bombs. They take more damage than missiles, and they're unlimited. So after several tries, I beat the Queen, and then, in a key moment, a baby Metroid hatches and follows Samus like a child to a mother. And rather than destroying it, she takes it with her as she escapes the doomed planet. It's an interesting turn of events and is important to the future of the franchise. Like the first game, it has multiple endings. I got the basic one, but the idea is the same. The faster you beat it, the more naked she gets, and then the faster you beat it. Just kidding. I'd say Metroid 2 is vastly superior to the original, though it still has its flaws. But the third time was the charm. As the flagship title on the next-gen console, the Super Nintendo, the series was building to its true potential. Not just shooting for the stars, but blasting into intergalactic greatness. This is more than just a game. It's a goddamn lightning storm in a cartridge. There's games that are great, games that are amazing, games that are masterpieces, and then there's Super fucking Metroid. It's not just awesome, it's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What's so good about it? You just gotta play it and experience it for yourself. And that's why I'm gonna try to keep this short. Yeah, that's not happening. The graphics, the music, and atmosphere just blows you away. Right from that haunting opening title with the dead bodies on the ground, it grips you, and you know where. When you start the game, there's a brief voice.
The last Metroid is in captivity.
As a kid, it almost knocked me out of my seat to hear a realistic human voice coming from a video game. Yeah, things really came a long way since Ghostbusters! But aside from the opening cutscene, the story is told without words, as Ridley steals the baby Metroid from the lab. It's the visuals and subtleties that lure you in, exploring the creepy, claustrophobic caverns. Since the first game, that's the vibe they were going for, but this time it really comes to life. Everything has been improved. The control is smoother, now it's actually fun to move around. You can shoot in any direction and feel like you're not just controlling Samus, you are Samus. The buttons are mapped in kind of a weird way, like why would X be shoot, but you can easily change it. Save slots? Oh yes. Energy and missile charges? Thank you. A menu where you can switch weapons? Oh hell yeah. Missiles are not required to beat bosses? Bless the Lord. And a fully functional map system? Fuck me sideways and call me Susie. It shows you where you are and where you've been as you uncover more territory. No longer do you have to print out directions or chart your course with a pen and paper. We had now entered the GPS era of gaming. This map system was so good that the designers of Castlevania took one look and said, yeah, we're gonna copy that from now on. It may just be my obsessive-compulsive nature, but there's something satisfying about trying to uncover every space on the map, even parts that are unnecessary. The weapons and upgrades are all the familiar usual suspects, but with new ones to sweeten the deal, like the power bomb. Who doesn't love a game where you can nuke the whole screen? There's the grapple beam, which can get a little tricky sometimes, and then there's the X-ray scope, which gives you Superman vision to help with those cryptic areas. But my favorite new ability is the Speed Booster, where you can run like the Flash while annihilating everything in your path. There's even this cool move you can do in combination with the Speed Booster, where you can launch yourself into the air. Eventually they gave this a name, Shine Spark. I've mentioned the music, but I really gotta bring it home. This soundtrack breathes and pulses like a movie score. Every note is drenched in atmosphere and conveys the sense of isolation of a tomb-like alien world that swallowed you whole. It whispers at you as if things are lurking around the corner, and yet it's somehow relaxing like the aquatic area of Meridia. And then, when you get to the deeper, fiery region of Norfair, it's like hearing the choir of hell. The bosses are amazing. The door locks behind you, the screen shakes, and next thing, Kraid comes up out of the floor, and this is nothing like the original Kraid, who's shorter than Samus. This one is so big, he can't even fit on the screen. It's straight up terrifying. When you played this as a kid, these were like the monsters of your nightmares, the ones under your bed and in your closet, if only they'd fit. Crocomire is my favorite. You blast this guy into the lava, and his face melts. It's one of the most gruesome death animations of any boss at the time. Oh, and wait. Just you wait. It's not over. Oh! His skeletal remains lunge at you and collapse. It fools you into thinking that you have to fight him again, and you just gotta admire that. The final boss with Mother Brain is the stuff of legend. I mean, this is one of the most cinematic final scenes of the time. With only 16 bits, it takes you on an emotional roller coaster ride. I almost don't even want to spoil it, but it's probably been spoiled enough already. The glass shatters, you blast her away, and just like in the first game, Mother Brain is defeated. Or is she? As the screen shakes and everything blows away, leaving the two of you alone, the unthinkable happens. She rises with a full body.
Oh, holy shit!
Think about how shocking this was. The first game established that Mother Brain is just a brain. But what's going on here? Maybe it's Daddy Brain. This was a totally unexpected final battle, and after a while, she blasts you to the wall with her deadly beam. It's unavoidable, spectacular, and devastating. You can no longer control Samus as she heaves on the floor. Mother Brain charges another blast to finish you off. This is it. It's all over. Yeah! The baby Metroid, your friend, now grown up, comes in to save you, clinging and sucking the life from Mother Brain, turning her into a dried-up corpse. Then the Metroid latches onto you and instead of draining your health, charges you back to full recovery. A true friend indeed. But wait, is that breath coming from Mother Brain? Hurry, Metroid, hurry! Oh, the way Mother Brain drools and stomps towards you sends chills down my spine. She blasts the Metroid over and over, and with the final blow, the room goes black as the Metroid destructs. What was once our enemy, now a friend, dying in a noble act of sacrifice. And as that sinks in, you hear that music, you see your body glowing, and you know it's time to kick fucking ass.
Yeah! Yeah!
You can feel Samus boiling with rage and sorrow as she unleashes this newfound power she got from this Metroid. Yeah, with this whole battle, you get your money's worth. And when it's over, Mother Brain's body explodes into smithereens, the brain falls to the floor, you're left to stare at it for one last eerie moment as her mouth gapes open and she disintegrates. It's over, but you know it isn't. The planet is going to blow up again. The classic countdown echoes in your ears as you race the timer to get to your ship. You make it there, but uh-oh, it's too late. The planet cracks as its lava interior glows, and then, boom. The planet explodes as everything flashes into white light.
The very room you're sitting in lights up as you stare, motionless, speechless, heart pounding. And then,
woohoo! You made it! As that ship comes roaring through space toward the screen, ultimately to freeze frame, you know that you've just completed one of the greatest games ever. Do I have any criticisms about it? Well, maybe. Some of the bosses take a bit too many shots to kill. Sometimes it takes a little too long to switch to your missiles, especially when you have so many items to cycle through. The map is awesome, but with such a big world, it would have been nice to have a couple warp areas to get around quicker. And sometimes it can get a little cryptic, but nowhere near as much as the first two games.
that's all I got. You know that old saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all? It's good advice in general, but my job is to talk about the shittier aspects of a game, so for me it's kind of like the reverse. But when it comes down to it, I really don't have anything bad to say about Super Metroid. It's as perfect of a game as possible. They learned from their mistakes and they utilized the new technology to the fullest. It was called Super Nintendo, and they made sure to show you what was so super about it.
And while Metroid is now a franchise, having spanned over many consoles and generations, for me, it always comes back to that innocent time when they were still figuring it out. It was a vast, uncharted world that Nintendo was mapping through, like the early explorers. Video games have come a long way since then, but when you follow that nostalgic map, it all leads back to those early games. So raise your metal horns. Go ahead, do it. For real, do it right now. Put your fucking metal horns up on the screen. Put them up for Metroid.
What is a video game? What purpose does it serve? Well, I think a video game is meant to grant you a certain type of control and power over a make-believe situation, perhaps to compensate for the control and power that you lack in your daily life. Okay, maybe they got too philosophical too soon, but the game I'm talking about here is a bit more intellectual than what I'd normally review.
But if you've seen my reviews of Earthbound and Final Fantasy VI, you'll know that the Super Nintendo classics are something that I hold sacred and are a prime era of nostalgia for me. The first time I saw SimCity was in the holy pages of that gaming Bible we call Nintendo Power, the scripture of Volume 28, page 74. The power of creation is yours, saith Nintendo. You are bestowed the ability to construct your very own city from the ground up and populate it with people. I had never yet heard of such a game before, where instead of playing the role of a space cadet, a marine, a vampire slayer, a sword-wielding hero, or a Koopa-stomping plumber, you are the mayor of a city. Of course, SimCity was originally on PC, published by Maxis, but then it got Nintendo-fied, and that's when I took notice. The Super Nintendo version, to me, is one of the greatest 16-bit games, and it was also one of the North American launch titles, along with Super Mario World, F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and Gradius 3. What an amazing variety to kickstart a new era of gaming. SimCity has its origins in strategy-based games like Utopia on the Intellivision. Yeah, it's come a long way. And even to this day, with the amount of sim games that exist, SimCity might seem a bit antiquated. However, I don't think its simple charm has ever been surpassed. The reason may have something to do with the intuitive, friendly nature of it, the cartoonish aesthetics, the green-haired Don King guy, Dr. Wright, who acts as your personal advisor, and the relaxing music, which puts you in a meditational, thinking mood. The music goes through several changes. As your city builds up and the population increases, the music progresses toward a more urgent, industrial, workforce, get shit done kind of feel. It starts as a village, then a town, a city, a capital, and a metropolis, which is the furthest I've ever made it. But if your population reaches 500,000, you advance to something even greater, a megalopolis. Only in the pages of Nintendo Power and the Super Nintendo Player's Guide had I ever seen images of that fabled Mario statue, which would become your prize. That would be the ultimate achievement, something to brag about. All the ladies would want to fuck you. You got the goddamn Mario statue in SimCity. But it ain't happening. Yeah, I've always wanted that statue ever since the magazine taunted me. All my life I've been nothing. But I'll show what a nerd is really worth. I will raise my population and create a civilization that will rival the world! The first thing you need to do is select a landform. If you really want to maximize that population, you don't want there to be too much water, because obviously you can only build on the ground. Those rivers cut through your city and mess up your whole strategy, so you need to tell that water to go fuck off. But finding the right landform is a chore in itself, because there's 1,000 of them to choose from. I'm not kidding. You can see right there, counting landform 0, there are 1,000. You think that's enough? And each one takes about 10 seconds to load. You'll never have time to see all the choices, let alone remember and compare them. Imagine if you started up Mario Kart and there were so many courses to pick you couldn't even look through them all. No sane person in the world has ever laid eyes on every landform in SimCity. Well, at least one. About 10 years ago, someone who was a real trooper actually did it. A YouTuber named 316 What Ups. Thank you again for your service. We now know it takes 3 hours and 14 minutes to click through every landform in SimCity. And that's if you're not stopping to look at any of them. What were they thinking? When you start building, you have a budget to work with, so you need to spend wisely. Anyone would expect you're going to need houses, roadways, a power source, police and fire departments, all the necessities that would seem like common sense. And though it kind of functions like a real city, it is of course only a video game. Some things don't make sense, like how come there's a population count when all I've built so far are commercial and industrial zones? Where are those people living? Not to mention, when the game starts, the year is supposed to be 1900, and the first thing I build is a nuclear power plant! Certain logic doesn't apply, because logic is for pussies. You have to tile the land with a proper balance of 3 different zoning districts: residential, commercial, and industrial. These areas develop on their own. The residential zones, for example, become neighborhoods and then grow into skyscrapers. Other times they become schools or hospitals, which happens automatically, at random. All zones need to be connected to a power plant, either by electrical lines or by touching each other in a chain effect. One of the main problems is pollution, which generally comes from the power plants and industrial zones. You can buy a nuclear power plant for cleaner energy, but that costs more money. There also needs to be some kind of transit system like roads, but that causes traffic and more pollution, so you can build railways instead, but again, more expensive. Another big problem is crime, so you need to put police stations all over. Why does the police radius need to be so extreme? The amount of crime in SimCity rivals RoboCop's Detroit. One way to gauge the issues is to look at the public poll. The citizens will tell you how well they think you're doing as mayor and what they think the biggest problems are. Then you can decide how you want to allot your funds to address those problems. For example, they say traffic is bad, so I build more roads. Then they demand a stadium, so I build a stadium, which makes more traffic. So I demolish the roads and replace them with railways, and then they find something else to complain about. Every now and then, Dr. Wright appears, who, by the way, is named after SimCity creator Will Wright. He gives you advice and sometimes just comes in to compliment you that everything's going all right. He congratulates you on reaching a new population level, awards you with fun little zoning districts like an amusement park, a zoo, and even your very own house as mayor. But if things are going wrong, he'll let you know that pollution is high, crime is rampant, or if there's a disaster. This could be fire, flood, plane crash, tornado, earthquake, or Bowser attack. In the original PC version, it was a Godzilla-type monster, but Nintendo just couldn't resist. It had to be Bowser. You have the option of playing entire scenarios where you have to solve these disasters. They're based on real cities like San Francisco, Boston, Rio de Janeiro, etc. And of course, the problem in Tokyo is the monster. If you beat all 6 scenarios, you'll have to handle UFO attacks in Las Vegas. But back to the task at hand. I want to raise the population to 500,000 and get that Mario statue. You're going to need money, not just to build stuff, but to maintain roadways and stuff. So where does that money come from? From taxing the citizens. But if you raise the taxes too high, they get upset. So you lower them, but then the roads start crumbling. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Either you run out of money or people leave your city. So that's where the cheat code comes in. Ever since I saw it in that player's guide, it became mandatory. At the end of the year, when the tax screen pops up, hold L, leave the screen, come back, make sure funding levels are at 100%, and then, if you release L at the right time, now you have $999,999. Yeah, that'll be enough to keep you going. Now you can build almost infinitely, all the nuclear plants, airports, seaports, and as many stadiums as the citizens want. Nothing can stop you now. However, it still doesn't get you the megalopolis of 500,000 people. That you're going to have to earn by building strategically. So if I'm going to do this, I just have to do it. There's 3 methods I'd say to build your city. The first is the noob method, which is just to place your zones and draw a line of roads and power lines. It's fine, you'll still have fun, but the growth potential is very limited. The second way is the smart method. This is where you pack all your zones together so everything's touching. You group them together in these blocks with your transit system going around. An alternative to this method is leaving a space in the middle of the blocks. Some call this the donut strategy, where you fill in the holes with all those special properties like the banks, casinos, etc. This promotes growth, and in no time, you'll see those zones develop into skyscrapers, except when they become schools and hospitals, but hey, what can you do? But the third method is to play like an insane person, defying all logic and basically trying to hack the game. For example, do you need a transit system? Yes, but just a little strip of railway every now and then is enough. Can you imagine getting on a train that only goes 1 block? That'd be some shitty itinerary. The most tedious part of the game is waiting for tax season. It's the only way to progress when funds run out, but the years drag on pretty slow. You can select different speeds, but even at the highest speed, it's not enough. What it needs is 1 extra speed, a Roadrunner icon. That ought to do it. But the best you can do is just sit around and wait. You know, I can review a whole other game in the time this takes. Any game. Kung Fu on Atari Lynx. What can you say about this? It's a food beat-em-up game. It opens with a cutscene, but without any text or explanation. I see what looks like 2 security guards who get knocked over as some guy runs out the door, goes into a pickup truck, and speeds away. Then he shows up at some house, and then, level 1, the freezer. Okay. Now you're some green dude beating the shit out of food, I guess? There's a lot of potential here, but I don't know what kind of food these enemies are supposed to look like. I do see tomatoes and carrots, I guess, but are those typically what you put in the freezer? Couldn't they have popsicles, ice cubes, frozen pizzas, ice cream sandwiches? Well, the good thing about tomato enemies is that when you destroy them, it looks like blood. By the way, I got some more money in SimCity, but I'm gonna keep saving up. Kung Fu sounds like a fun concept, but it's unplayable due to the clunky controls and awful hit detection. You can spend close to a minute trying to chase down one enemy. You have to precisely line yourself up toe to toe in order to hit anybody. Come on! Come on, you fucker! You see this shit? This is the most rotten food game I've ever played. Though it's pretty awesome seeing your character melt down to a skeleton. That's totally unexpected. I thought he was made of broccoli or something. But it's cool. Also, how many games have you ever played where you can pause the game over screen? So, my city's doing well, but in order to get that megalopolis, I need to reserve as much space as possible. Even if I need to build one little power line, that's gonna erase my parks. Those are the little grassy areas. They raise the property value to help the buildings develop. But you can put the power lines over the railways without affecting them. See? It's little tricks like that. You need to fully utilize the land. You can't afford to waste a single pixel anywhere. If you want to win at SimCity, you can't fuck around. You gotta be more aggressive. You gotta demolish anything that's not necessary. What do the schools and hospitals do?
Nah, I can't do that. That's morbid.
But they're taking up space, and it's not required to have all those. They don't count as population. The residential areas can't grow to their full potential and combine together to form high-rise buildings, not with those schools and hospitals in the way.
I had to do it. That's how you win the game. You have to send bulldozers through schools and hospitals. That is some dark shit.
There's no schools or hospitals, but there's police departments on every block. This is a whole police city. It's like Escape from New York. In this town, the police say, fuck you. You thought SimCity was a utopian dream. It starts with that twinkling music that sounds so charming and invokes the feeling of aspirations and fantasies toward a hopeful future. But really, it's a deep, dark dive into a dystopian nightmare. In this city, profit and corruption reign supreme. You're not just building a shit town, you're building a monument to mankind's folly. An unholy labyrinth of concrete and steel strangling a fractured society. It's a place where the smog smothers the sky, extinguishing any ray of sunlight, just like the rays of humanity's optimism. The blind obedience of the citizens keeps the elite in power as they cower in the shadow of the wealthy. You're not a mayor, you're a dictator. Now, you know the true dark nature of SimCity. The game even gives you the power to call upon natural disasters. As it says in Nintendo Power, your powers even extend to the control of natural forces. Why not send a tornado ripping through town? And if you feel like obliterating a major metropolitan area, no problem! There are 6 fun-filled disasters to choose from!
The game encourages you to spread death and destruction! Anyway,
the citizens complain about unemployment, so I add more industrial zones so they have places to work. But they complain about pollution, so I make sure all my polluting facilities are on the edge of the gaming boundaries. That means the pollution radius is cut off by the screen. Does that mean the smog is drifting into another city? Yeah, it's somebody else's problem now. Fuck them. Maybe Nintendo wants the pollution to go into a Sega game, like Populous. Then they complain about housing costs. What am I supposed to do about that?
you can never win. You fix one thing, then they get pissed off about something else. Oh, you want lower taxes? Okay, I lowered the fucking taxes. Oh, what is it now? Unemployment? Okay, here's some commercial and industrial zones. Oh, you still not happy? What's the problem now? Crime? Pollution? You want another stadium? You know what? You can all go fuck yourselves! Yeah, you fuckers!
How do you like that? Want some tornadoes? Earthquakes? I'll give you the works! Bowser's gonna take you to hell! And if I haven't already made it clear, let me spell it out. Fuck you! Let's see what the citizens think of me now. Oh shit! My approval rating went up!
Ho ho ho! They're cooperative. They learn. Look what I've got here. A whole civilization of tiny people who will grovel at my feet. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ah, good likeness. Look what they did. And they did it overnight. Who needs a Mario statue when I have my very own? An impressive sight. And in return, I give them my smile. I won't tramp my feet down on their town. All right now, my little friends. Now comes the new age. The age of the nerd. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of plans to make. Much work to be done. No. No! You can't stay here! Don't you understand? I'm the god! I'm the god!
The case of Mr. Nerd, a victim of delusion. In this case, the dream dies a little harder than the man. A small exercise in simulated city development that you can try and for size on the angry video game nerd.
Where's ToeJam and Earl? Should be under T. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hey! The Genesis games are mixed up.
Sorry, I didn't get to those yet.
Are you still organizing the NES games? How hard could it be? Everything goes in alphabetical order. A, B, C, D.
It's a little more complicated than that. Legend of Zelda, would you put that with the L's or the Z's so it could go next to Zelda 2?
Wait, you're putting Bayou Billy up in the A's?
Yeah, that's because it's called The Adventures of Bayou Billy. I mean, just think about it. 3D World Runner right next to all the numbers, or would you put that down in the T's, like Three Stooges?
Huh.
Well, that even brings up the Doctor games. Would you put the Doctor games in DO, or would you put them in DR, like you have Dr. Chaos, Dr. Mario, Dr. Jekyll?
Stop right there. I get it. Just keep working.
Okay. By the way, ToeJam and Earl is a nice choice.
No, it isn't. All right, time to start the game. But first, a little message. This is ToeJam and Earl. It's about the two super goofy hip aliens from the planet Funkatron who crash land on Earth. And then they have to recover all the pieces of their ship so they can return home. You take control of ToeJam or Earl, or both. Yeah, there's a 2-player option. And it's the first option as well, so they assume you're gonna get somebody else willing to play this piece of shit with you. What are you doing? Oh, you're organizing the Genesis games. It's about time.
Yeah, well, if you need a second player.
No, I don't. So apparently Earth is flat and multi-layered, as each level is a floating island in space that randomly generates as you walk around. The Earthlings look nothing like the people of Earth, as if this game was actually made by aliens who are going by pure speculation of what Earth may be like.
Well, that's just a part of the humor and the style.
Would you shut up? Get back to organizing those games! The levels are vast and you never know which way to go because the layouts are secret until you uncover each and every tile of the map. For one alien to walk around all this is a very tedious task, and you'll never have enough lives to get through it all by yourself. You want to play this with me?
Oh, yeah, for sure. ToeJam and Earl is an absolute classic. It was one of the flagship titles for the Genesis. It was funky and fresh
and fucking just sit down and pick up a controller.
Yeah, as I was saying, it has a fun, cartoony 90s aesthetic.
Were you even alive when this game came out? Hey, what's your name anyway?
Scott.
You look like a Woz to me. Are you a Woz?
Woz?
Yeah, it's a term for youngsters with an overactive enthusiasm for bad retro games.
This game's not bad. It has great humor. The characters have great personalities.
Yeah, it does. But those are just surface elements.
It has great music.
Yeah, you know, you are right about that. It has that funky Genesis slap bass.
It's like Seinfeld.
Yeah!
I love the music in Seinfeld.
Do you even know what Seinfeld is? Yes. Were you alive for that?
Yes, actually, I was conceived during the finale of Seinfeld.
What's the deal with that?
And speaking of music, you can make your own beats in this game.
Jam, big girl, big girl, big girl, big girl. Jam, big girl, rack, jam, big girl, big girl. Big girl, big girl, big girl, rack.
All right, let's start the game. All right, I'm ToeJam and you're Earl. I mean, I suppose for a co-op mode, this isn't that bad.
Yeah, splitting the screen into two when you walk apart and then merging it back to a single screen whenever you come close was a novel concept.
But whenever either player brings up the map, it interrupts the whole screen. And if you do this at the wrong time, it could really throw the other player off. Yeah, every time you bring up the map, you gotta stop. If you're one of those people who do it deliberately, that was a real good way to piss off your friend.
We're friends?
Yeah, my Waz friend.
The item system is real cool. You find presents which contain all these fun weapons and power-ups.
Yeah, I mean, I love the spring shoes. Those are real cool. The tomatoes, all that stuff. But the thing is, the presents are all mysteries. Some of them are deadly, and other times you end up wasting an item which could have been useful later.
Well, you can go pay this carrot guy to identify them.
Stupid carrot guy. After you've done that, you end up picking up a randomizer that shuffles the presents all over again.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
And speaking of random, you have to walk around randomly to make all these pathways appear. I swear, the majority of the stage is empty space. And with this narrow precision walking, you're likely to fall, which causes you to descend a level.
Yes, that is frustrating.
Look at that!
Ah!
Can you imagine if in Mario you fell down a pit and it takes you back a previous level? That's horse shit!
But if you fall all the way down, there's a classic bonus stage.
That's right, level 0. So all you need is the rocket shoes, which we have. Alright, you ready? You go down to level 1, and then you use the rocket shoes to pass over the water. Now there's a hidden spot where you can fall down to the bonus stage, where you can heal and get an extra life. Oh! Oh, you fell!
That brings me back to the current level, and I missed out on the extra life!
Oh, that's tough. You know, that really sucks for you. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I'm sitting here in a pool with chicks while you're getting rammed by a lawnmower.
What the hell? What the heck? What the fuck? Now let's talk about these enemies. First of all, the Cupid. When that guy hits you, it messes up your controls. Left is right, right is left, so you're best off just waiting until it returns to normal. But that's such a fun element of the game, though. It can be frustrating, but the game is so unique. What other game at this time did stuff like this?
You know, there's all those classic stories about kids being afraid of the boogeyman. The only boogeyman I'm afraid of is the one in this game. Oh, look, see, there he is.
He just comes out of nowhere.
And as soon as you see that shadow lurking up, you know you're done for.
But how about the Hula Girls?
Hula? Like Hulu? The streaming service? You like Hulu?
What are we even talking about right now? Just stay on topic.
Yeah, I'm walking here. Come on. Like, I'm trying to go somewhere, and they just stop you to dance. Just all the time. They just stop you.
Aloha.
I concur. Can we just play the fucking game? But the worst is when there's an enemy nearby and the hula girl makes you die.
It's like dancing is his priority. Fuck, she just ruined my day. Oh, I'm sinking. Oh, get me out. No, quicksand. There's just damn quicksand everywhere.
I haven't heard of quicksand ever.
I mean, look, 90% of the screen is quicksand. That was what life was back then. Like, I've developed some kind of grain phobia of
Grain.
just sinking in, like, grains and sand.
You have a fear of grain?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean...
Why are you afraid of any of this?
Dude, quicksand. You don't understand. Like, quicksand was a big fucking deal. Quicksand was serious. So the last movie I can think of that had quicksand was Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Were you alive when that came out?
That came out before I was born.
Yeah, so what are you, like 10 now? Like, yeah.
I don't even know. I just know what came out before I was born. And I know exactly what came out before I was born. Quicksand. What year are we talking about here?
1933.
You remember that?
I'm getting older and you're getting younger.
It's over, man. Quicksand isn't around anymore.
I mean, George Lucas has the last of it. He has all the quicksand.
Oh, you better watch out.
Yeah.
That shit's dangerous in this game.
Yeah, I mean, fucking quicksand, man. You know, quicksand needs a comeback. We gotta bring quicksand back. I'm not bringing you back to the past. I'm bringing you back to the damn quicksand now. From now on, the show is gonna be all about quicksand. That's it.
You know what? Yeah.
Are you part of the quicksand club?
I don't know what it is. You're looking at the quicksand in the game, and you're getting pissed off at that. You should get pissed off at the game, not the quicksand, or the lack thereof in real life. What are we angry about here? What are we pissed off about?
That my whole life was just a lie. I thought quicksand was a real common threat, and it was because of these fucking games that made me think that. You're more likely to get trapped in grain on a farm than grains of sand.
You gotta leave this room sometimes, man. This is... I don't know what we're... I don't get it. This is odd.
Let's play the
fixation.
damn game.
And how about these moles that steal your presents? That's just plain rude.
Oh, and how about getting your presents stolen by a mole while getting stuck in quicksand with an opera singer?
I mean, hey, it's one of those things. It happens to me every day.
Don't forget the killer mailboxes. You just be walking by, minding your own business, and then these fuckers come after you.
When you get trampled by crowds of people, grocery shoppers, and trucks. My God, there's no way to escape those trucks.
Yeah, trucks. You know what I really hate? The chickens. Because it's extra humiliating to be hit by tomatoes being launched by a group of chickens.
You are right. I'm going to war against these fucking chickens. Fuck!
Get them! Get them! Get the chickens! You didn't kill one! You didn't kill a single one of them!
What do I gotta chase a chicken for? It's embarrassing, you know?
I can't fucking do this, man. It's too much pressure being here.
I know how you feel. You want to rip their fucking chicken hearts out and shove them up their chicken assholes!
That makes it even worse, because scientifically, chickens don't have assholes, they have cloaca!
Well, you know what's even worser? We got more bad news on the way. Check this out. The tornadoes.
Jesus Christ. These things come by, scoop you up, and then spin you all over. You just have to wait and see where they drop you. And 90% of the time, it's going to be an empty space where you fall down a level.
Oh, still spinning.
Oh, God.
Still spinning.
Jesus.
And
Ah!
you're fucked. It's awful. When you see one of these things coming at you, you see your life flash before your eyes. There's no way to outrun them. You just know you're fucked. And when it picks you up, you're left in suspense as to where you're gonna fall. It's like watching a roulette wheel after you've bet all your money. There is nothing more soul-crushing than to be dropped down a level, especially when you fall somewhere real shitty.
God! Damn tornado!
Oh no, not again. No. Oh. Ah! Alright, there's tomatoes, grain deaths, chickens, tornadoes. I think this game is basically like a commentary on Middle America.
No, that's absolutely ridiculous. This game is absolutely shitting all over my people.
Oh.
I'm from Ohio. This game is making a mockery of me.
Making a mockery of your shit, man.
Motherfucker, motherfucker. Motherfucker, motherfucker. Motherfucker, motherfucker. Dog dick fucker, mothercock. Fuck. Bitch face fucker, motherfucker. Bitch dog fucker, motherfucker. You cock face fucker, motherfucker. You dog dick fucker, mothercock. Fuck.
We're getting up there. We got another piece of ship.
Okay. Got the Hyperfunk Thruster.
Got the Righteous Ratmaster Capsule.
Righteous Ratmaster Capsule. Righteous Ratmaster Capsule. Righteous Ratmaster Capsule. Oh no, oh no!
Oh. Go on, you're almost there. Yeah.
Ah, made it!
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, so close, so close. Oh no, no! Come on! Come on! Oh, thank God. There is nothing in the world more satisfying than when you make it into the elevator in ToeJam Earl.
Yeah, you got everything coming after you, but that moment when you get to the elevator in safety, I will admit, is the ultimate sigh of relief. Oh man, I'm on my last life. I'm almost dead. I better eat some food. What? I'm dead? That food was poisonous food?
Yeah, and now you're out of the game. Man, see what I'm telling you? That's a cheap shot.
This is one funky, funked up game.
Yeah, what the funk?
ToeJam and Earl, more like
Let it out, let it out.
ToeJam and Earl? I'd rather eat the sticky ToeJam off the foot of an athlete after a sweaty marathon.
That's gross. Anyway, I got a crazy doctor and a boogeyman on my ass. Fuck! I was too low on health to swim. Wait, what is going on? What is... It's glitching!
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I still got it!
Okay, last level. Here it is. Oh, the fucking bees! Tomatoes weren't working! Ah!
Not the bees! Not the bees!
Fucking doctor, I'm dead. Now I'm on my last life. And you can't even respawn anywhere safe, so I have to drop down again. I'm on an isolated island. Okay, I'm gonna use unfall to go back up. Alright, that should do. Oh my god, I land right on bees again!
You got this, nerd.
Oh, it's the final ship piece! Ah, the bees! I did it!
Yes!
Oh, and after it's all over, there's this cool little post-credit scene on your home planet of Funkatron where you can just walk around. Yeah, I do have to say, this is a very cool game for its time.
I can see what you mean when you say it's very frustrating, but hey, sometimes even the greatest games have their little annoyances.
Yeah, definitely. And while it can drive you mad, it has such a great style and little quirky moments that make it memorable. Like how Earl's pants will randomly fall down, or you fall asleep if you don't touch the controller for too long, and then have to wake him back up. Wake up!
You can fall and squish the other player flat, the characters make funny comments and banter with each other while in the elevator, and I like how you start the game as a wiener, then become doofus, and so on.
It's also cool how you can play a randomly generated game, so every time you play is different.
Yeah, that adds a lot of replayability, and it's just one of those games that's better with two people.
Yeah, I'm glad we played it together, and it seems you really do know a lot about these older games. I bet the newer ones are even better, right?
I mean, it depends.
Well, not to forget about ToeJam Earl 2, but 3 on Xbox, eh?
I would advise against playing that.
Oh no, I'm sure you could find some good things to say about this one, just as you've done with the old one, right?
Sure, yeah, give it a try. Oh!
Oh no!
God! What were they thinking?
What were we thinking?
Let's get the hell out of here!
Ever get that wavering feeling like you might have to take a shit, and the feeling gets stronger when you stand in a certain spot? Well, right now my compass is leading me toward the N64 shelf. Getting warmer, warmer, warmer. Ugh. There it is, Glover. First time I heard of this game, I was like, huh? Glover? Is it Danny Glover, Donald Glover, Crispin Glover, Roger Glover? No, it's the hamburger helper riding a red ball. So you play as a glove. I used to think it had something to do with Super Glove Ball, but that's another game. You probably remember that one in my Power Glove episode. Together, these would make my list. Top 2 worst glove games. But Glover doesn't use the Power Glove, thank God. And luckily, after it left a shit skid inside the N64 toilet bowl, Zelda Ocarina of Time came along and pissed it away, only a week after it pissed us off. Now, honestly, when Glover first came out, it seemed pretty cool, but so did everything that was 3D. In the old days, all we had was 3D World Runner and pseudo 3D shit like that. Later, there were games like Jumping Flash on PlayStation, but it was Super Mario 64 that fundamentally changed the 3D platformer as we knew it. With its freedom to move around in a circle and even reposition the camera, it was a big deal. Afterwards, games like Banjo-Kazooie and Spyro the Dragon proved that Nintendo had started a trend. Here we go! Some of these games were good, and some of them were shit. But sometimes we just accepted it because it was 3D, it was cutting edge, and cool. As kids, sometimes a game we thought was good might have actually been shitty all along. When I first played Ghostbusters on NES, I didn't want to admit it was garbage because it was Ghostbusters. It had to be good, right? What about Ninja Turtles? One of my early episodes. That game drove me insane. It sucked. But what did I know? It was the #1 top-rated game in Nintendo Power for a while. But every game was supposed to be good. We were lied to, psychologically manipulated into thinking we were wrong. But no more being ass-lighted by the shitty games. It's time for Glover. Let's go. The game opens inside a castle, and we're introduced to the red-nosed, drunken wizard who's recklessly throwing shit into a bubbling cauldron. Idiot. It knocks him through the floor. Yeah, right through the goddamn floor, screaming like Goofy. And I guess his gloves or hands fell off. One glove falls into the slop and morphs into the evil cross-stitch, while the other becomes our protagonist, Glover. I'd like to say he flips the bird, but with only 4 fingers, too bad. Well, he transforms the wizard's magic crystals into rubber balls so they don't shatter, but oops, they bounce into what become the game's levels. So now, go fetch, asshole. That would have made a better title. They should have called it that. So, that's the plot. The gameplay is far more complicated, and I'll tell you what, it's very ambitious and creative, but there is a huge learning curve, so if you rented it from the video store, you'd better hope the last person returned the manual. And you would also need those strategies from Nintendo Power, issue 114. It had a whole section with tips and tricks for each stage, but why would you care? Look what's on the cover. The goal is to collect 6 missing crystals and return them to the center of the castle to save the wizard and the kingdom. For every crystal you bring back, new worlds unlock. Much like Mario 64, the castle grounds act as your hub, connecting all the worlds. Each world has 3 levels, a boss fight, and a bonus stage, and they're all based on specific themes: Atlantis, Carnival, Pirates, Prehistoric, Fortress of Fear, and Out of This World. The game's helper character, Mr. Tip, is a wizard's hat with googly eyes that give you, tips. Because it's one of those type of games where you need everything explained to you every step of the way. Kind of like that annoying office assistant, Clippy. You use the B button to talk to him, but that's the same button to bounce the ball, so sometimes this kind of shit happens. Come on!
I hate these type of characters.
Shepickle. Pickle, 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 pickle. Shepickle.
Okay. All right.
Shepickle, 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 shepickle.
Okay. All right.
Shit pickle. Pickle, 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 shepickle, shepickle, shepickle. Shit pickle.
Thanks for the advice.
Shit pickle.
Anyway, Mr. Tips is always showing up, telling you to do this, do that, tells you to collect Garibs. Wait. Garibs? Collect Garibs to score points. Get 50 and win an extra life.
Wow, that would help. If I knew what fucking Garibs are! You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I also need to comment on this bird. Tell me, what are you hearing?
Is it just me, or does the bird have gas? Out both ends.
The objective of each level is to find the ball. Okay, wait, hold on now. The bird was farting! Sorry, I can't let that go. Anyway, you get the ball to the end goal while solving puzzles and avoiding obstacles. These obstacles range from your standard pitfalls and spike traps to spinning platforms, blowing fans, giant snowballs, falling rocks, etc. It's like playing Marble Madness, but if you also had to move a hand around to guide the ball by dribbling, smacking, throwing, and running on top of it. I don't even know where to begin with describing these controls. When you're running on the ball, for example, you have to be pushing the joystick in the opposite direction you're trying to go. You have to train your brain to think in reverse. You also have enemies to contend with that will try to steal or destroy the ball, and some will go as far as to intentionally knock it off the stage, which basically means you're dead. It seems underneath every stage is a bottomless pit, so you can't take your eyes off that ball. Hitting B makes Glover point at the ball, which is great so you never lose track of it, but that doesn't guarantee you'll be able to get to it before a giant bumblebee rocket launches it with a stinger at its ass. But the worst enemies gotta be the explosive ones, like this dynamite hopping around. If you somehow figure out how to avoid the blast with Glover, the ball still gets blown into pieces or is sent careening over the edge like a turd shot out of cannon. You want to be holding that ball at all times. Besides, without it, you move around like 10 pounds of shit shoved into a 5-pound glove. Much like how rolling in Ocarina of Time was a little faster than running, Glover is best when he's jumping constantly. Every time you get a game over, you'll need to reload your save file and run all the way back to where you were from the castle gates. So get ready to hop, 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 like a bunny on crack. Too bad Glover's little fingers don't make him move any faster. Thing from Addams Family could teach him a few pointers. You can change the ball's form by tapping the R button. It can become a rubber ball, a bowling ball, a ball bearing, and the ball's original shape, the crystal. The crystal is very fragile. It's only useful for collecting more points, so don't try to bounce it unless you want to hear Glover scream like E.T. The crystal and rubber balls float on water, allowing Glover to ride them. The bowling ball and the ball bearing are naturally heavier and can sink, which is great for pressing switches underwater. And boy, will you be pressing a lot of switches in this game. The white switches with red stars Glover can activate on his own by fisting them or fist slam punching. And the red switches with yellow targets can only be activated by the ball. These switches will open up the next section of a course or a checkpoint. Each level has multiple buttons that you'll need to hit to progress, and oftentimes they're located at the end of difficult platforming sections. The amount of precision required in this game is something you would never understand unless you've actually played it. The only way I can even think to describe it is if you're familiar with those maze games with the tiny balls. It's kinda like that. When you play it, you have to give it your full concentration, and you say to yourself, I can do this, but you keep failing. Well, imagine if you were trying to play more than one maze at a time. You have both the glove and the ball to deal with. Keep your eye on Glover. Oops, you lost the ball. Keep your eye on the ball. Fuck, I died. This circus level in particular brings my piss to a boil. Let me ask you a question. What comes to mind when you think of the circus? You know, clowns, cotton candy, fire breathers, acrobats, a giant blue ball sack? What were they thinking? And you ride it by bouncing on it? It's like that episode of South Park, and you know the one I mean. And if not, well. But check out this part. First, you need to cross two swinging pirate ships, but the momentum flings Glover and the ball around like ragdolls. Every time I try to get on this damn thing, it either tosses me like a frisbee or the ship moves and I fall to my death. Fuck. Here we go. Here. Oh. See this shit? Up until this point, most of my deaths were the result of me not totally grasping the controls or some bad camera angles, but now it's as if the game is actively fighting against me. What the fuck was that shit? All right, there we go. All I gotta do is bounce it. You just gotta time it right. There we go. Not a problem. And what the fuck? Okay, your mother. Once you finally make it across and take a ride down the slide, be prepared for any hope left in your body to exit your asshole. Ahead of you is a winding, checkered path. Seems straightforward enough. Well, as soon as you start rolling the ball down this thing, it starts tilting and turning all over the place like a goddamn tilt-a-whirl. Here we go. Making the turn. Whoa. Whoa! What the fuck happened? If the pirate ships were the 8th circle of hell, this is certainly the 9th.
Maybe what I need is the Power Glove. I don't mean the NES Power Glove. I mean the N64 Power Glove. You think I'm kidding? Do you think I'm kidding? Yeah, you didn't know! You didn't know the Nintendo 64 had the Reality Quest Glove! Yeah, now let's crank it up to 11. Smell the glove! Yeah! Fuck! Want to see a magic trick? How about a magic shit? Ah! Oh! Oh! Oh!
The PlayStation version is easier? It's a walk through the park. It's... Why didn't I play this one instead? Well, I'll be shit. Back in the day, it was all about Nintendo and Sega. Nintendo had Mario, Sega had Sonic. These were the two big mascots of the video game arena. Nobody else could even come close. It was a two-party system until the character Gex came along representing the 3DO. Now, Gex was exclusive to the 3DO, just barely long enough for a sloppy crap that dropped from a sloth's anus, because later that same year of '95, it was ported to the Saturn and PS1. So now both Sega and Sony had the Gecko on their side. 2 sequels followed, which were on both the N64 and PS1, and until 2000, Gex was the mascot for the developer Crystal Dynamics, who are also known for Legacy of Kain and Tomb Raider. Now that I just spit out all that history, let's talk about the character. What exactly is Gex? Well, he's a wisecracking, TV-watching secret agent gecko, who's voiced by stand-up comic actor and writer Dana Gold, at least in the North American versions, who also wrote for The Simpsons from 2001 till 2007. So basically, Gex is just another green smartass like Michelangelo or Mondo Gecko. Yeah, remember Mondo Gecko? Or maybe it's more like the Geico Gecko.
A talking gecko? Why?
I'll tell you why. Because people trust advertising icons.
Gex, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on shitty games. So the game begins with a weird cutscene.
I had just finished my usual morning routine of nude funkercise.
Nude funkercise? Can somebody explain that to me? Or no? How about not?
So the main hub is the media dimension, which is home to a bunch of TV channels that Gex has to travel through as he fights his way across a bunch of side-scrolling stages, each with a different TV theme, and ultimately has to go head-to-head with the main villain, Rez. All along, Gex keeps saying annoying one-liners.
It's tail time!
Just a bunch of random quotes, either throwaway jokes or references to movies or shows.
You moved the headstones, but you didn't move the body.
They're rarely well-timed and often just come out of nowhere.
Number 1, raise sheep. George of jungle.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Sorry, Mr. Presley. Looks like bugs after the trucks. Hey, where's James Honda? This is the worst health club I have ever been to. Hey, where's James Honda?
Jeez, Gex is annoying. I guess it could be argued that Mario is just as annoying sometimes.
Hey, where's James Honda?
But maybe we've gotten used to Mario. We put up with his shit.
But this is like if I just blurt out unnecessary quotes any chance I get. I'm king of the world! Here's Johnny. There's no crying in baseball.
Sometimes not only is it random, but it makes no sense.
This place is weirder than 4th of July at Rick James' place.
Huh. Rick James. 4th of July. I don't get it.
So, I've played the 3DO, Saturn, and PlayStation versions, and they all seem identical. The first stage is horror-themed, clearly, where you fight Franken lizards and leather Jason face. Yeah, leather Jason face. That's fun to say. Try it. Yeah. Wait a minute. Pull down while jumping? Can you pull down the D-pad? The only thing I can think of which means pull down is when you pull down your pants. The biggest question is which one of these games is the easiest to save, and I still don't know the answer. In the 3DO version, I died and gave up on the cemetery stage before I ever found a spot to save. But you can save on the memory card. The PS1 version you'd think would be simple, just save to the memory card, right? But no, it has a password, and they're really hard to read. Is that a D or an R? Maybe it's better on a CRT TV. But man, it sucks having to re-enter the code every time you lose all your lives. If you keep dying, like I did, you'll eventually find yourself entering the passwords on pure muscle memory, like you're punching in the Contra code. Except you only restart with 3 lives, so you bet your ass you'll be seeing the password screen a lot. Somehow it gets worse because you only get passwords after beating certain stages, like bosses for example. Each stage has hidden VCR tapes that also give you passwords to quote-unquote save your progress. But if you lose all your lives and haven't gotten a password in a while, you gotta redo a bunch of shit in the hopes that you'll get further than you did last time. Even the best levels in the world get old when you're forced to replay them on repeat. Otherwise, how is the game? Has it committed any real offenses yet? Well, look, the graphics are nice for a 2D side-scroller. Very reminiscent of Donkey Kong Country from the year before, but maybe not what you would hope for a next-gen console on the brand new CD format. But hey, it's very colorful, the stages offer a lot of nice variety and cool things to look at. There's a cemetery, a cartoon land, jungle island, a kung fu themed stage, and the final Rezopolis that's filled with acid pools, tubes, and moving platforms. The control is functional and unremarkable at the same time. It plays like a game. There's nothing weird going on. Yet.
Looks like Beetlejuice threw up.
Oh my gosh, the boss is chugging God knows what and then farting all over the place. He's farting! Now come on, that's just toilet humor. Now let's get on with this buffalo diarrhea bullshit. One big thing with Gex is that he can stick to the ceiling and climb on walls, just like a real-life gecko. It's probably one of the more unique elements of the gameplay. Gex can even climb on some background walls, which actually looks pretty cool. But sometimes I don't know which walls I can climb on because the background texture is blending into everything. God damn it. Other times, it looks like I can climb, but the game just won't let me. There's collectibles right there. Now that kind of shit really grinds my gears, but what really gets me going are the bullshit deaths. Well, that's gotta leave a mark. Another one bites the dust. Drop the ball there. Crash and burn. Game over, man. That's what Gex might say, but I'll just go with a simple, good old-fashioned fuck. Oh my god, it's Gamera. And I'm not joking. It is Gamera. He's got the rocket jets and even does the spin. The real character's name is Toxic Turtle, but it's Gamera. Gamera! Gamera! Gamera!
Now listen to me, Grasshopper.
Oh fuck, the game froze. You gotta be kidding me. That's just wonderful. That would have been a perfect time to shut the fucker off. And it froze more than once. But the game isn't too bad. In fact, I'd say it's a pretty decent side-scroller, except the stages stretch on way too long. Like this level from the cartoon world, it has a million doors you've got to go in and out of to get to the next part. The level just goes on and on for so long that everything starts blending together, so I forget which doors I've gone into already, and I start going in circles. The same could be said for a few stages like the rocket ship level and the final Kung Fu stage. They just never seem to end. Come on. One thing that could have helped would have been the ability to move the camera around so you can see what's below you to avoid stupid deaths like this. Some platformers have this feature, like the Flintstones movie game on Super Nintendo, and well, this game really needed that since most of my deaths were from falling into bottomless pits and acid pools right below what I can see on screen. But probably the worst part is still the passwords, not just having to enter them, but trying to make it to the next password. Nobody likes having to redo the same shit over and over. Also, the one-liners are really out of hand. By the end of this, I must have heard Gex say Wilma 100 times. Wilma! Yeah, speaking of Flintstones. But hey, at least you can turn the voice lines off. And believe me, I looked. But you know what? Actually, the most annoying thing of all is the final boss, Rez.
Hey, it's Darth Vader's younger brother, Myron.
You have to keep jumping across TVs, grab the power-up to damage him, keep hanging on the wall, keep dodging shit, and every once in a while, you get the chance to hit him. It's a marathon, but afterwards, you get a funny ending. You're the greatest. I think you deserve a medal. You kick butt. I think you are the epitome of all things great. You are the best gamer in the history of the state. No, more like the country. Actually, the best in the history of Earth. This goes on for over 7 minutes. I would make a joke, but it already is a joke. And we have 2 more games to go, so up next is Gex 2, Enter the Gecko. This is the first 3D Gex game. It tried to copy Super Mario 64, as it seemed every game at the time did. And as I mentioned before, it was released on both N64 and PS1. Even Windows and Game Boy Color if you really want to dig in. It's enough to make your head spin. So between the 2 consoles, I'd say in the PS1 version, the graphics are a little more crisp. You can read signs easier, the collectibles are cleaner, and the lighting looks way better. It also has an opening cutscene, which doesn't happen on the N64, probably because it's on a cartridge. The one-liners don't seem to repeat as much either.
All right, boys. Phases on stun.
But that's only because they had to cut a crapload of them and some music to fit the whole game on the 64 card. Oh, and the save system on PS1 is better. So, with all that said, let's play Gex 64. First annoying factor is the confusing navigation. The stages are designed like Mario 64, where each one has multiple objectives and you can only accomplish one thing per playthrough. I mean, it is Gex 64, so what else were you expecting? In Mario 64, you're collecting stars. In Gex, it's TV remotes, but it's the same idea. The problem is that it's less clear where you're supposed to go, so you just run around aimlessly until you accidentally complete an objective or find a remote. The camera is the biggest problem of all. It just swivels all over the place. Hey, I can't see! Oh, fuck, did you see that? I was in the middle of a jump and it moved. The camera is not your friend. It's like, hey, I need some help here. Oh, fuck you, see ya. But you can change it to manual. Now you have more control. That makes it a little easier. The aesthetics are fun. It has a playful style, making references to Bugs Bunny, Indiana Jones, Gilligan, James Bond, and Godzilla. Yeah, gotta love the Gexzilla stage. There's even a room that's flooded by an overflowing toilet. Now, if I'm gonna call anything a shitty game, well, that just takes the turd. Oh, Gex, don't lick the toilet. Oh, no, that is one sick puppy. I mean, gecko. Oh, and on the Kung Fu stage, the music glitched, and it started sounding like Gex took a hard shit in the garbage disposal. Man, just listen to this. It's like a jackhammer to the ear. So I exited the level to try to fix it, and the game froze. Come on N64, on a cartridge? There are some incredibly annoying parts, like these doors, for instance. I don't know what you'd prefer to call this trope in gaming, but I'll dub it the Scooby-Dooty-Poo doors. It's when you have to figure out which doors lead to which doors through trial and error. It sucks. I don't like it. Both Kung Fu Theater stages have their problems, but the second one, Samurai Night Fever, is a real son of a bitch. There are so many moving platforms, so many tricky jumps, and all you do is fall. It sets you up for failure every step of the way. Even with the camera set to manual, the game just feeds you shitty anus angle after shitty anus angle. I'm in space where I can jump even higher, and the camera betrays me once again. How did I not make that jump? When you can't move the camera, the game makes this annoying chirping sound. Almost like a cuckoo clock. It's just to let you know the camera stopped. I don't know. I mean, what the hell is that? Glover did the same thing, but at least it had the courtesy to mix the bird chirps with the occasional fart and burp. Was this actually a trend at the time?
Imagine if that happened in real life, if you turn your head too far and a fucking woodpecker showed up. Ah!
Then there's the N64 exclusive Titanic stage, where you have to use Gex's tail bounce to jump on shit. What is all this supposed to be anyway? Bunch of misplaced doorknobs and faucets? Getting to the top of this thing is like trying to climb a crap house wearing piss slippers. I will say the final boss is pretty cool. Rez is back, but this time he can grow bigger. Weird, creepy, and definitely something to remember. But after it's all done, there's no clever end scene, nothing like that, at least not on the N64 version. So, let's move on. Next up is Gex 3, Deep Cover Gecko. It's another 3D game, and like the last one, it was on both N64 and PS1. And between the two consoles, aside from all the usual differences, they have their own opening cutscenes. At least N64 has one this time, but it's just a bunch of magazine covers and newspaper headlines flying at the screen while a random British voice tells you the plot.
It all came to an untimely end when Agent Extra was mysteriously kidnapped.
On PlayStation, Gex is now a full-on secret agent or something, and has a conversation with a large-breasted FMV woman. Yeah, they put a real-life actress in the game. Similar to Vincent Schiavelli in Corpse Killer. Except this time, it's Marlais Andrada from Baywatch as Agent Extra, so I'm sure it drew a few more eyeballs.
Hey, speaking of secrets, you want to see my...
Gex.
What the fuck? Anyway, I'm going to play N64 again, because at this point I just played all of Gex 64, so it seems Silly to adjust to a whole new controller layout. Typically speaking, you want things to be bigger in a sequel. An evolution, not just a regurgitation of the same shit you swallowed before. More things to do than you did in the last game, you know. And Gex 3 actually does that. There are more stages to play, with more variety between them, more power-ups and costume changes, and even more collectibles to, collect. Speaking of collectibles, I haven't really gone into those yet, but essentially if you find 50 fly coins in a level, you earn an extra life. If you collect all 100, you get a remote. But if you die first, you're fucked. Unless you find a checkpoint mid-level, you need to re-find every single collectible every time you die.
Swinging for the fences, baby!
In Gex 2, when you die and come back, your total collectibles stay the same. So why'd they feel the need to change this? Is it such a bad thing for people to get more extra lives? And Gex 2 even had cooler collectibles, since we're getting real petty at this point. Why do we go from a system with collectibles that changed form and matched each stage's theme to generic golden fly coins like the first game? We went backwards. It discourages wanting to pick the things up altogether, but they are your main source of extra lives, and those fucking remotes are hard to come by. So even if you try to tell yourself that you're not going to pick them up, eventually you'll find yourself slipping into bouts of madness hunting for all 100 fucking fly coins. And then you die after finding 99 of them and start considering giving yourself a lobotomy before attempting that shit again. But you do. Like I said, the stages feature a lot more variety this time. The levels are still broken up by different themes or TV shows, but none of the themes repeat like they did in Gex 2. Gex has a different outfit for almost every stage too. Sherlock Holmes, a gladiator, an Egyptian pharaoh, a mobster, Little Red Riding Hood, and Dracu-Gex, to name a few. He's got more wardrobe changes than Mel Brooks in one of his films. One stage is Christmas themed and has you battling snowboarding elves and Santa Claus to the death.
You're on the list.
Another stage lets you drive a tank and blow up a city, while another takes you all over a pirate ship. There's even a stage where they do the good, the bad, and the ugly whistle, and Gex dresses as the man with no name. How fucking badass is that? You feel lucky, punk? Wait, does that say what I think it says? Is that a Donner Party reference? You know, the Donner Party who resorted to cannibalism to survive? And I thought this sign was a little much for a Nintendo game. I mean, that's pretty crazy. And wait, what's that sign coming into view? Visit Pooptown, USA? Pooptown? You're shitting me, right?
Oh my god, I think I see it on the horizon. Holy mother of God, that is one big pile of shit!
And it's covered in nuts. That's gross. I'm riding an ass on a turd. Oh, Gex, don't lick the turd. Yeah, those peanuts are not sanitary. Much like the last game, all the stages are connected by a hub world, this time apparently Gex's secret island cave, where you can run around and decide which order to play the stages in. Yeah, I mentioned Mario 64 a lot, and not only did it revolutionize the 3D platformer as a whole, but it also solidified that if you're going to make one of these things, then everything needs to be connected in a hub. Yeah. Whatever happened to a simple map? You know, like Gex 1. No, that would be too easy. So you have to run all over the fucking place, searching high and low for minutes at a time just to play the next stage so that you can collect enough remotes to challenge the bosses.
It's tail time!
You can tell wrestling was still really hot in '99, just in case anyone forgot, because the first boss fight is a wrestling match against Rock Hard. The boss music even sounds like a crappy wrestler's theme song. Yeah.
That's the bottom line, 'cause Rock Hard says so.
Oh, that's messed up. Now it's fucking personal.
Hit me, go on, hit me!
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, right? He turned me into a basketball?
Oh, the fucking disrespect.
Beating the bosses nets you the key to the next section of the hub world and your next slew of levels to find. Besides Rez, the final boss, the only other major boss in the game besides Rock Hard is the Lizard of Oz.
Lions and tigers and gecko shit, oh my!
I wonder if Gex likes to wipe his ass with his tail. Anyway, he's dressed as the Tin Man for this battle. I hope he didn't use aluminum paint for the costume. Just avoid the annoying TV enemies and shoot him in the giant dumb face with the cannons that appear, and you're one key closer to the final battle. Gex 3 is actually not that bad. Sure, it's got some problems, but overall I had a lot more fun than I was honestly expecting. I mean, yeah, I got lost pretty often, and I wasted more time than I'd like to admit, wondering where the fuck the last collectible is on this damn beanstalk. Oh, there it is. Pretty much if you liked Gex 2, you're probably gonna like Gex 3. They even fixed the camera, mostly. I mean, I just don't think I can bring myself to hate a game that brought us Poop Town, USA. After beating the final boss on N64, the game ends on another wet diarrhea fart to the face. We cut to Gex's rad, bow-tied fucking turtle butler Alfred relaxing on the beach. Yeah, British butler named Alfred. So original. Remember that random British voice I mentioned in the beginning of the game? Yep, that was Alfred. Alfred.
He thinks that he rescued Extra all by himself.
He tries saying Gex couldn't have done it without his help, like his tooltips in-game were really all that helpful.
Entering the training area should allow you to brush up on your skills.
No fucking kidding. Yeah, and he drops some sequel bait.
Mr. Gex and I will return soon. Ta-ta for now.
But this would end up being the last Gex game, so I guess it was just wishful thinking. Like the ending of the Super Mario Bros. Movie. The 93 version. And that's basically it. Like I said, hot, wet fart to the face. Not that great. So, that was the Gex Trilogy. And to be honest, it wasn't as bad as the shit I usually play. It was kind of middle of the road, which is where the horse shit usually lands. Yeah, it's a horse and buggy kind of road. But anyway, the thing that really bummed me out was the ending. It was so lackluster. I wonder if the PS1 ending is any better. Well, that's what YouTube is for, so let's check it out.
And then, after he showed me his entire collection of Star Trek bloopers, he asked me to marry him.
That's my dad. Good thing I got you out of there when I did. As I was saying, Extra, my love, it's tail time.
Come here, you silly gecko. Oh, Gex.
You know what? I was fine with the first ending. Fuck you, you gecko motherfucker! Ugh!
Back in the day, it was all about Nintendo power. You get that shit in the mail, and it was like, hot damn. It was this issue right here. It was the first spring of the 90s, and this is when I first heard of the game. But I'm not talking about that one on the cover. We're going deeper into those pages, further into the ass crack of gaming history. And there it was, A Boy His Blob, having already been released in '89. I didn't know if this game had anything to do with the 50s monster movie The Blob, but one thing was clear, it had a lot to do with jelly beans. I never forgot this page, seeing all those different colors. I didn't process what it all meant, but it definitely made me want jelly beans. Then I saw that illustration of that kid dropping jelly beans into the mouth of a white Slimer-looking blob dude with his mouth gaping like yum 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 yum. What the hell was this game about? The designer and programmer was David Crane, who worked at Atari and became one of the co-founders of Activision. He made graphics for Kaboom, but he was best known for Pitfall and Pitfall 2: The Lost Caverns, which was loosely remade on the NES as Super Pitfall. I already talked about that one, Super Shitfall. And I very briefly touched upon Boy His Blob in my wishlist episode, Part 2. But this game is such a bizarre curiosity piece. It's unique, puzzling, and equally fascinating, so I think it might be worth playing through the whole game. Or not. Oh no. Not Indiana Jones. Why did it have to be Indiana Jones? The title font, the music, it's a full-fledged indie spoof. So the game starts up, and if you were a kid when this came out, you didn't have half a clue what you were supposed to be doing. I rented it from the video store, and while I might have been too impatient to always read the manuals, keep in mind, it was the video store! They never came with the manuals because someone always rented it and never returned the manual. Yeah, I mean, it begs the question, who are all these people going around snatching NES manuals? Do they still have them? Bring them back! Yeah, you can cleanse yourself of your sins. Walk into the site of the old video store, whether it's a laundromat, a bar, or nail salon. Just walk in there, put that manual on the floor, and walk out. A new person. So you just had to mess around. You select jelly beans from your inventory, you throw them to White Slimer, and what happens? He transforms. The honey flavor turns him into a hummingbird, apple turns him into a jack, Applejack, vanilla is umbrella, cinnamon is blowtorch, like the blowtorch in Home Alone, the movie, like cinema, not cinnamon, cinema, man. Okay, admittedly, this is a lot of fun. You'll probably kill 30 minutes just trying out all the jelly beans in different places to see what happens and how this little guy interacts with the environment. So the Blob character, official name Blobbert, is from outer space and must have been partially inspired by the Blob, or better yet, the Stuff. Yeah, remember the Stuff? But actually, I heard that David Crane said in interviews that the inspiration was a Hanna-Barbera cartoon called The Herculoids, specifically the characters Gloop and Gleep. But it also draws a very strong connection to a certain 80s movie where a young kid becomes friends with an alien visitor who also eats candy. You know what movie I'm talking about. Mac and Me. Blobbert may not seem totally original, but the idea of an AI-controlled character following you around was trailblazing. At the time, this was state-of-the-art, futuristic, mind-blowing shit. It's like I'm playing the game with a friend, but there is no friend here. There's nobody else here besides me. The second controller isn't even plugged in. What's going on, man? Whether or not Blobbert is a very good AI-controlled character is a whole other question. If you think about it, the entire game is an escort mission. Instead of being free to move around as you please, you have to keep stopping and waiting for him to catch up. Come on, man, move your slow ass! Well, there is one way to make him catch up. You drop the ketchup-flavored jelly bean. Ketchup. Ketchup. So, what's the goal here? Well, Blobbert comes from the planet Blobolonia, which is ruled by an evil emperor who forces everyone to eat only junk food. Blobbert needs the boys' help to defeat the emperor. The only way to defeat him is with healthy food, more specifically vitamins. Where do you get the vitamins? The vitamin store. But you need money. How do you get the money? By exploring underground caverns, looking for treasure chests and diamonds. Wow. How did all this stuff get here? Did a bunch of pirates hide it all? In this area which became a populated city? Whoever built the subway tunnels and sewers never noticed there's a shit ton of treasures? The diamonds alone are as big as the kid. If you found just one of those, then you found the largest cut diamond in the world. And not just one, a whole bunch of them! All to buy a jar of vitamins. Imagine walking into a CVS. You grab the vitamins from the counter, you bring it to the cashier. That'll be $10.99, okay? And then, BAM! You just slam that fucking treasure chest on the counter. There's one gold coin just spinning around as the cashier awkwardly stares. So, as you're running around searching for these treasures, you'll notice there's a surprising lack of enemies. I mean, this is an NES game after all. Shouldn't there be a million things trying to kill you? It's screen after screen of nothing. The truth is, this game could have used more time to finish developing. The story goes that David Crane had only 6 weeks to finish it. Well, I think this game took way too much inspiration from E.T. The only thing that can really be considered an enemy is some kind of worm, but it doesn't even come after you. If you go near it, it's your fault. Couldn't keep your hands off that treasure, huh? Then there's a spider web without any spider enemy whatsoever. The spider left that web for you just so you can run into it, die, and feel like a dumbass. You gotta use the blowtorch. All the other hazards are environmental. If you fall from too high, well, oops, fuck that one up. You gotta use the umbrella. Water, well, that one's a given. It wouldn't be an NES game if water didn't kill you. You gotta use the cola bean to make a bubble, which is harder to control than the submarine in Earthworm Jim. But watch out for the stalagmites and stalactites. Those are fatal to the touch as well. So the game makes you feel bad because it's you who did it. Nothing's really out to kill you. You're out to kill yourself. Idiot. So here, I'm gonna use the punch-flavored jelly bean to turn Blobbert into a hole. Get it? Punch, hole. Motherfucker! Well, you can't use the umbrella if you're already using the hole, so your only other option is to have some kind of special sixth sense to mentally detect what exists beyond the boundary of the screen. In other words, it's a fucking guessing game! No! I can tell you what kind of hole this game belongs in! Another bean is tangerine to make a trampoline. Well, this thing's based on momentum. The more you bounce, the higher you go. Oh man, hit the ceiling. I gotta get back down. How the hell do I get back down? Ah, you fuck! Get up there! You see what I'm trying to do, right? Oh. Ah! Get up there. Any way possible. Just a hair to the right. Don't! Oh, come on! All right, just want to bounce over to the left. Go left. Go left! Son of a fucking bitch! This is some of the most elegantly designed torture I've ever seen. Gonna use licorice to make a ladder. Oh, come on, I can't go up there? Gonna try it off to the side. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It has to be at the perfect spot. Let's try here. What? Oh, that was some cheap bullshit. This is a prime example of a trial and error game. It only sets you up for failure, and the only course of action is to fail over and over again until you get lucky. It's also a major where the fuck do you go kind of game. You keep running around like an asshole. And of course there was no fucking internet, so we'd have to consult Nintendo Power. Oh, that's cool. They lay out the whole map with numbers. So you just follow the numbers, right? Number 9, Stoppy Dead Endy? This route leads to nowhere you want to be. Instead, head to the left and numbers 10 and 11? Oh, that fucking takes the piss out of me. Who printed that? I want to know who. But nothing compares to this treasure at the very bottom. It's heavily guarded by stalagmites. You have to be joking. Just try to go near it. Just fucking try. And that's it. You're done. I've approached it from every conceivable angle, and I've determined that you cannot get this treasure unless you die. I guess that counts, right? You're dead, but you got the treasure. That's some pirate shit right there. But here's the thing. You don't need to get all the treasures. You just need enough. So fuck the underground, go back to the streets, go to the vitamin store, and cash those treasures in. Now you got vitamins, and you're ready to head to the planet Blobolonia to take out the Emperor. Use the root beer bean to make a rocket. Then launch yourself off. Okay, now let me ask a question. This boy dies when he touches water? But he can breathe in fucking space? Now we're on Blobolonia, and remember when I said there wasn't enough enemies or things trying to kill you? Well, fuck myself. God damn, is there enough shit in the way now? Maybe. Just maybe. First, it's the dancing marshmallows. They just go up and down, but then they start doing these funky patterns. Kind of like the jellyfish in Jaws. They keep getting crazier and crazier. Next, you come to these cherry bombs. Don't even worry about the pattern, because they'll just blow up and kill you anyway. Even if you try to outrun them, just hold right without stopping, they will still kill you. Might as well put down the controller and rethink your life. Even if you're not on the same screen, they can still kill you. There is a trick. Use the coconut bean to make a coconut bowling ball. Throw it off screen and wait for it. Wait for it. Fuck! You can throw that coconut, wait all day, but as soon as you decide to go after it, death is waiting. It's a very specific kind of throw in a certain place with a running start. You know you got it when the screen changes to follow it. Wow, that's one hell of a throw. By doing this, you clear all the enemies. But how would you know to do that? The answer is get the power. Nintendo power. Next, it's a cornfield. Yeah, great, now you're being attacked by popcorn. All we need now is corn in the band. Then you're inside some candy factory. It's like Willy Wonka's factory, but even more evil.
2 naughty, nasty little children gone. 3 good, sweet little children left.
There's marshmallows falling off conveyor belts, teeth, and poop piles. Luckily, you got those vitamins. Use the orange bean to unleash the Vita Blaster. Good thing we have that. Now it's like every other NES game where you just run to the right and blast everything. Yeah, shoot that shit. Literally. The coconut trick still holds up, but you gotta find the right spot. Alright, here we go. Rather anticlimactic, wouldn't you say? Then you go past some creepy gingerbread men who do absolutely nothing. You use the lime bean to make the key. Key lime. Open the door.
What the fuck is this?
How did Blobbert suddenly end up in a cage? And is this the Emperor? Why does he look like a pale Jabba the Hutt?
But whatever. It's the final boss battle. This is it. Here we go! What happened?
And the evil king is defeated with his own hidden supply of vitamins and all of Blobolonia salutes their savior?
Did I win? Already?
All I did was throw Blobbert an apple jelly bean. He turned into a jack and knocked over the jar of vitamins. Remember, vitamins are fatal to the Emperor.
So if you were a villain and had a weakness, a bane that could kill you, what would you do? Well, keep a bunch of it next to you at all times.
Okay, who's this supposed to be? The Pillsbury fuckface? Or would you prefer Stay Puft or the Michelin Man? The game tells you nothing about him, but I'd assume he's the rightful king of Blobolonia. He was captured by the Emperor, and you've rescued him.
And now that he's free, he's gonna send his blob army to conquer Earth. Yeah, wouldn't that have been a great ending if it said, "Congratulations, you've killed us all, asshole"?
This doesn't feel like a complete game. It can be beaten in an incredibly short time, providing that you know what to do and where to go. Just to point out how short this game really is, every screen of the entire game is shown in only 4 pages of Nintendo Power. If they had more time, it would have been great to see more levels. The concept is very original with a lot of potential. The creative puzzle-solving elements differentiate it from other platformers on the NES. David Crane advanced the possibilities of gaming in the same way he had done with Pitfall. It may be heavily flawed, but the ingenuity shines through. It did, in fact, win Best of Show at the Consumer Electronics Show in '89, and it received the Parents' Choice Award from the Parents' Choice Foundation in 1990, citing its positive human values. For example, always have a healthy diet with lots of variety, like licorice, vanilla, root beer, and cola jelly beans. There's things more important than money, and that's treasure chests and giant diamonds. The road less traveled is the road where there's nothing and you'll have to turn back. Life is tough. Life is unfair, so just cheat and roll that fucking coconut bowling ball. This game is something that could have only existed in the 80s. After all, it's a game about jelly beans, which was the favorite candy of President Ronald Reagan. As a kid, I didn't know the difference between Ronald Reagan and Ronald McDonald, but the point is, that's some 80s shit right there. And what a way to close out the decade. To some, it may just be another obscure NES game, but to others, it's remembered with great fondness. Its legacy continues, and whether they're conscious influences or not, I'm reminded of Blobbert when I see Adult Swim cartoons like the character Squishface in C-Lab 2021, or Meatwad in Aqua Teen Hunger Force with his transforming capabilities. There is a new version of Boy His Blob on the Wii, so it's very clear that it hasn't been forgotten. Hopefully it'll get another sequel, or maybe an expanded version, maybe even an animated series in the future. These would all be great ways to fulfill its potential. There's truly no other game like it.
But maybe I'm being too positive here. I haven't broken or shit on anything yet, so I'm gonna end by saying, fuck this game. Another E.T. game. Shocking, right? So shocking, it's almost as if I'm turning into a swearwolf again. But anyway, you didn't think I had anything left to say about E.T. Oh, no, not after that one. Remember this, right? Yeah, how could you forget? E.T. on Atari 2600 used to be my biggest request for a while. You might have heard something about the games being found in a landfill. That's right, that was me. I found them.
Yeah, they all turn into a spaceship. I met the real alien, I met the game designer Howard Scott Warshaw, I uncovered a government conspiracy, and everything snowballed into a big apocalyptic battle with the cyber mutant death god who... you know what? Never mind.
The point is, I still have unfinished business with E.T. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna press on. We're gonna have the happiest Christmas since Clark Griswold ranked up there with Bing Crosby and Danny fucking Kaye.
So this is the part where I usually say something about the movie, but come on, it's E.T. Everybody knows what it is. It's the 1982 beloved classic about a boy who befriends an alien, directed by Steven Spielberg, who made almost as many masterpieces as there are stars in the sky. Anyway, there existed several E.T. games, more than you can imagine, and they all came out in the early 80s and the early 2000s, two distinctly separate waves of diarrhea.
Fuck.
The 80s wave was obviously timed with the movie. All these games wanted to cash in, and they all dropped out of greedy executives' extraterrestrial ass like a big pile of Reese's Feces. Most of them were on home computers, but then there's also the infamously bizarre E.T. Go Come, which I've already talked about. After 1984, E.T. went home and didn't come back until 2001.
He came back? Oh my God!
That's a 17-year hibernation. Is E.T. a fucking cicada? The Millennium Wave was timed with the 20th anniversary of the movie. Many of them were on Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, and PC. That's also when the movie's Special Edition came out, which had some extended scenes, but also added CG and notoriously replaced the guns with walkie-talkies.
The funny thing about my DVD here, it has all the changes on it, but it doesn't say anything about it being a special edition. So it was more like a stealth update. But anyway, if you thought that was the worst thing to happen to E.T. that year, you're wrong, because 2002 also gave us E.T. Interplanetary Mission on PlayStation 1. Let's pop this fucker in.
You know, I gotta say, the PlayStation startup sound is beautiful. It's like taking a relaxing breath right before something stressful. The opening cutscene is actually kind of cool. E.T.'s spaceship is landing on some planet, and then the title screen shows up. No explanation. But the back of the case says you travel to 6 different planets to collect plants. That's right, I said plants on planets. Why? To save the universe. Universe in caps, by the way, so I don't know. Make whatever you want of that. You get a demo, which honestly is pretty helpful, and then you're off to the races. As you can see, it's 3-dimensional, far different than the 80s games, as if he truly did travel from one world into the next. And it's like he's taken his first steps. The isometric angle is rather fucked, to put it in the technical terms. It's like trying to walk a blindfolded moose through a doorway. E.T. moves around like he's intoxicated. And that's actually quite faithful to the film, if it were all about the scene when E.T. gets drunk.
Oh, fuck.
And what's going on there? The game is so unappealing that even fragments of the graphics decide to get up and leave. Check out when E.T. runs. I mean, that's funny, but you're gonna see it all the time. You would think that's like a special move or something that happens when he picks up an item maybe, but no, that is the normal run. So anytime you're holding the run button, he flails his arms like a goofball, like he's all hopped up at a club.
Oh, yeah.
You do hear a lot of E.T. voices in the game, all kidding aside, but it's very limited, like this.
Oh.
So get used to it, because it repeats over and over. It's all you're gonna hear. Good. It's not good. But the weird thing is that when E.T. gets hit, he makes a normal human sound. Like, what was that? Why aren't the voices consistent? Could you imagine that in the movie, if they had different people doing E.T. screams? Every time I hit pause, the first thing that's selected is vibration. And it's also in the options screen. I mean, what's the big deal with vibration? Does E.T. need to pleasure himself? E.T. has many abilities. First is healing. You have to heal all the flowers before collecting them. And you're going to be doing this a lot. F-U-C-K. Then there's the attack, which is like a Mortal Kombat projectile that comes out of E.T.'s chest. That I don't remember from the movie. Then there's telekinesis, which you can use to move objects around. You have to move enemies onto these tiles so that the door will open. But he keeps walking off. Stay there. Come on. Right there. Oh my God. What the fuck, man? Oh, come on. Oh, there's another one. Fuck. So now I gotta get another guy. Just get down there. Get the fuck down there. Oh my God. All right, there he goes. Whoa. All right. Oh my God. You know what this is like? This is like trying to herd cats. Like when your cats are causing trouble and you got to put them in another room or something, and then you pick one up and then the other one gets loose. All right, here we go. Here we go. Right there. Yes. Finally. All right, get on the tile. You fuck. Stay right there. Oh my God. Fucking shit. Get on the tile. Stay on the fucking tile. Right there. Oh my fucking God. It like pushed me back. Did you see that? Get on the fucking tile. You son of a bitch. Look at this shit. Get on the fucking tile. There you go. You gotta stun them, that's all. You know, I gotta admit, the puzzle-solving aspect is kind of cool, even though it can be as tedious as herding turds. E.T. can also carry stuff, like this object right here. But where did it go? It was like a big tree stump. Now it's gone. Did E.T. transport it to Uranus? Get it? Your anus? In other words, he shoved it up his ass.
Up, butt.
Alright, now that you saw all my trial and error, I can say that it's often easier to carry things as opposed to dragging them around with telekinesis. It depends on the situation. Sometimes enemies are carrying huge objects. Like, where did this come from? Maybe he had it up his ass too. Oh no. What in the hell is this?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Really now, what is coming after me? Just like in the movie, right? Remember that scene when E.T. was getting jumped by green wizards wearing Pope hats?
There's nothing like that, penis breath!
And what's this thing? Is this canon? Is this part of the expanded lore? Was this how Spielberg pictured the other planets in E.T.'s solar system? Was there ever an interview where he said,
in my original vision, I always wanted there to be green wizards and big red fucking ball sacks crawling around.
This game sucks. Well, here's the thing. I suck too, so we're even. I just keep getting cornered. Ah, fuck you! Oh, come on, E.T. E motherfucking T! E.T. fucked your mom!
Well, if I'm gonna have any chance of making it any further in this fuck heap, I'm gonna need a code. I hear there's a code for 100 lives. I guess so I can die 100 times, but let's give it a try.
Right after collecting the first 4 flowers, you go to the option screen and hit R2, R1, L2, L1. Oh shit, that's the wrong code. All that does is add a new option for credits. Ooh-wee, you have to enter a code to see the credits? I guess the game is so bad the people who made it had to hide their names.
Well, gee, since I went through all the effort to find this code, I might as well take a look, just to see who's responsible for this shit biscuit.
Mark, Benno, Bell, Diego, Egg, Link.
Cute. Everybody's got a nickname.
Ed Munster Gregor? Jason Corn King Maynard?
Wonder how we got the name Corn King. Well, anyway, after these credits, we'll get back to the game. Laughing Jaffe Baffy. I mean, where do they come up with this stuff? Yeah, so it's a sad situation when they have to hide the credits when they can't put it in the actual game. The credits are done now. Yeah, so like I was saying, I'm gonna go dig up the code and then we'll go. Look, I'm sorry. Hang on just a minute, I gotta check something. Yeah, I'm watching the credits again. Don't ask me why. But after this, I promise, we'll get back to the game. Yeah, there's level design, producer Laughin' Jaffe, Santa Cruz Games. Oh my God. No. No, that didn't happen. There's no way. I didn't see that. Got a lot of games. Yeah. Seen a lot of shit. One more time. No. I just need to confirm. You seeing this too? Here it comes. You know, if you thought I was joking around, I don't blame you. You are welcome to try it yourself. Try it out, because it is real. There is actually a message in E.T. Interplanetary Mission on PlayStation 1 that says, "Fuck off, Bin Laden." I didn't know his name would come up. I mean, just to clarify, I agree with telling him to fuck off. He was a terrorist leader, a pretty awful person. He deserved it. PlayStation really showed him. E.T. told him off.
Fuck him.
But look, I can make sense of this, okay? You just gotta put it in the proper context. The game came out in 2002. That was only a year after 9/11. Bin Laden was still at large. Tensions were high. So you can understand why is it in the fucking game? What were they thinking? If you're gonna tell Bin Laden to fuck off, you'd think it would happen in a different game, like, I don't know, Call of Duty or something. I mean, of all the characters you could use as your spokesperson to counter terrorism, you're gonna use E.T.? Even back in the early 90s, there were games coming out like Operation Secret Storm. But it's not like there was a code in Mario Kart where Mario says, "Fuck you, Saddam!" Why is it in the game? No. A better question is, how is it in the game? Even though it's a hidden screen, it still made it in. Fuck off, Bin Laden successfully got into an actual PlayStation 1 disc, which was packaged inside this case, which was sold in stores with an ESRB rating of E! They slipped the word fuck past the Entertainment Software Ratings Board. That's ingenious. So, how did this happen? Well, there's a story. I mean, who knows if this is true, but it's been said that the developers were forced by the higher-ups to remove the standard credit scene. So they basically put it into an Easter egg instead and used the opportunity to vent their frustrations towards their boss? Towards the head of Sony? No, towards the fucking leader of Al-Qaeda. That makes sense. Just think, in the special edition of E.T., which came out that same year, they replaced the word terrorist with hippie.
Please. No, and that is final. You are not going as a terrorist. No, I mean it. You are not going as a hippie.
Yeah, they decided that in the wake of 9/11, it probably wasn't a good idea to say the word terrorist. But the game said, fuck that. Not only are we going to say terrorist, we're going to mention an actual terrorist by name. Wow, the movie lost its balls. The PlayStation game gladly took them. The PlayStation game had twice the balls! Quadruple balls! Oh, I'm not photoshopping that one. I think we all just saw it in our minds. This is the best code in the history of games. Next time somebody mentions the Mortal Kombat blood code or something like that, you tell them no, you want to know the real deal? You gotta know the E.T. fuck off Bin Laden code!
Of all the infamously bizarre video game quotes, I am error, you're a winner, welcome to die, all your base are belong to us, nothing can compare to fuck off Bin Laden. That is a t-shirt. Print that out. You're welcome. I mean, it would be one fucking hell of a shirt to wear, but yeah.
Well, back to the game, I guess.
Like I said, it had potential. It has a good puzzle-solving aspect, and it could have been a good game, but it's hindered by awkward, drunken controls, tricky isometric angles, putrid, pestering enemies that gang up on you, and overall, an expanded, bizarre lore to a cherished, one-of-a-kind, sequel-less blockbuster movie. And yeah, I'm still getting over the learning curve. I probably could get good at it, but that would be as satisfying as getting good at flinging squirrel shit into bird butts. You know, who am I kidding? There's nothing else I can talk about that can top that incredible Easter egg. Never in all my years of reviewing games.
What am I gonna do, just carry on with the review after that? No, I just saw something that shattered all my video game sensibilities. I mean, it's over, end of story. E.T. dropped the fucking mic. So I'll just leave it at E.T. More like eat shit! Kiss my extraterrestrial! That one needs a little bit of work. Merry Christmas, fuck this game, and fuck Bin Laden. Fuck. No! Oh, if you do that again, you fucking piece of shit! No, you don't understand. This game is bad.
Bad.
Shitty.
Shitty.
Yeah. Come on, let's go for a ride. Fuck this shitty fucking game now. It sucks, bags of fucking dicks now. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good... You've probably seen my old cellular telephone. It's a little bit out of date, so I decided it's about time. So I got myself a new phone. Yeah, I guess it's a phone because it's also a camera. Yeah, how crazy is that? And you could talk to people by typing instead of using your voice. Wow, big advancement. And it has the internet, it has videos, and it also has, guess what? Video games. Sure, there were older cell phone games like Snake. Remember that? You're just a growing snake eating pixels while trying not to touch the walls or yourself. But since then, mobile games have come a long way. Now, you know me, I'm the nerd. I play old consoles. I haven't played any of these crazy newer games in which you use your finger to touch the screen. Imagine if I could touch any of the games I've reviewed in the past, like if I could touch Dick Tracy or Seaman. I have a lot of catching up to do with all the mobile games of the past 25 years or so, so if I could pick only one to review, well, the choice is quite simple. Of course, go with the horse. The game is called My Horse Prince, and I bet this is gonna be fantastic. Just wait and see. Episode 1, The First Gallop. Here's the deal. Girl shows up at a ranch looking for some good-looking guys. She heard that princes ride horses, and then... Weird Mario dude shows up. What the shit? Tell me, why is he bending his head to the side? Wow, talk about two different styles. The girl is fully designed with an anime aesthetic, while the ranch owner is God knows what. It's like some kid drew it. I've never seen such a distinct contrast in art styles between two characters in any game ever. Anyway, there's no hot guys here, but instead, appearing in a majestic ray of light is... Holy Mother of God! The horse's name is Yuma. She says, he has a human head, and then thinks to herself, a good-looking one at that. Oh boy, it's a dating game with a horse with a human head that talks. Boy, we're in for some shit right now. Man, if only we weren't in vertical format, you could see what I'm doing with my hand right now.
but it involves all digits down and 1 digit up. The ranch owner says weird girls born in the year of the horse sometimes see horses as attractive men. That explains it. It all makes perfect sense now. Then the gameplay starts. You're just collecting carrots. That's it. Eat up the carrots. Like 1 billion of them that randomly spawn. Wait a second. Did that carrot just drop out of the horse's ass? Watch that again. He shit out a carrot.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have got this phone. Here.
Anyway, you're just trying to eat enough carrots to get your meter filled all the way up, which takes forever. But the more you eat, the more your energy percentage decreases. To restore energy, you engage in multiple choice conversations with the horse. Answer the question right, you make the horse happy, and the energy percentage goes up. And that's about the extent of the gameplay. Okay, I got enough carrots. I filled up the meter, and now Weird Mario Dude asks me if I'll take the horse. I guess there's no choice. Wow, easy there. Thud, 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 thud. That horse is way too excited. And then, oh dear. Oh my god. The fuck? This is an image I never expected to see. I would have never imagined this in my wildest nightmares. How is this scene supposed to be interpreted? Is it trying to be romantic, or is the horse trying to kill her? I mean, the hoof is smashing the wall. First of all, could you lower that hoof and calm down a little? I would have died if he was an inch closer. Oh my god, the horse's hoof almost went right through her fucking skull. Leave a review on the App Store? I'm doing a review right now! I love how the options are okay or what? Exactly. Episode 2, treadmill training. Same thing, except you're running on treadmills. The horse is on a treadmill, and he's running them so hard into the ground they fucking explode! Damn! Why does he have to destroy them all? Why does he have to run on them anyway? The owner even says, I keep buying new ones because he breaks them. No shit! It must be thousands! It must be all the treadmills in the world! It takes way too long to fill up that meter, and I guess the meter fills up quicker if your energy percentage is higher, which makes the items worth more points, I suppose? So you gotta talk to that horse, and you can only talk to him 3 times per stage. You can get a 4th talk if you watch an ad. Good time to take a shit, perhaps? After that, from what it's telling me, in order to talk again, you have to wait nearly 30 minutes! You gotta be kidding me. Have some kind of mercy. It's a mobile game. It's something you play while you're on the go, and you have like a few minutes here and there. 25 to 30 minutes, that's longer than the level should even take. And there's like 10 levels each. You could beat ghosts and goblins in the time you can beat this shit. No matter what you do, this meter is the slowest I've ever seen, and I mean that. Anytime you get one of the items, it hardly even moves a pixel, and the items don't come often enough. But you can spawn them faster if you buy gold carrots, and I mean with actual money. What kind of idiot would spend real money on this game? All right, let's do it. Got the gold carrot, give it to the horse. Fever! Oh, shit! What's happening? Oh, the horse is going fucking crazy! This is the treadmill apocalypse. Oh my god, this dialogue is amazing. My heart was racing because I thought I was going to die. Why do I have to spend money on that weird-ass horse? I was wondering, you think that horse is weird? You think? So she tries to escape the horse, makes up a bullshit story saying she's too busy selling water infused with fresh air. Handsome horse ranch water. Well, I bet that tastes handsome as fuck. Every time you beat a stage, you get another insane cutscene. Here, the horse is lifting her chin with his hoof. What's your name? Oh, it's Nerd.
Yeah, that's what I put in.
Nerd. That's a nice name.
Well, okay.
Episode 3, The Morning Feed. It's morning, and the horse wants to make me breakfast. Rice, miso soup, and carrot salad. I've never heard anyone eat that for breakfast before. Yeah, that's the strange part. Never mind the fact that there's a horse in the kitchen with an apron chopping up veggies. And why did I wake up in the same place as the horse? No, I'd rather not ask. And why does he have to chop up so many green onions? You think he might be going a little overboard? That's gotta be truckfuls of that shit. Who loves green onions that much? What's wrong? Don't be picky and eat it all up.
Oh, shit. This is not an option.
Oh my God, he's force-feeding me. Just one more. Cough, cough, cough. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me.
The horse is shoving the fucking green onions down my fucking throat. I can see an old lady beckoning me toward. Oh, dear Lord. Oh.
Episode 4, Street Corner Steed. While I appreciated breakfast being made for me, I almost died.
That only confirms it. That only confirms everything that we've been saying all along. The horse was trying to overstuff me to death.
I had no way of knowing that I would once again come face to face with the root of my problems. Yeah, the root of my problems. Yeah, we should talk about that. So here, there's a big water leak in the city. You have to make the horse whack at it with a pickaxe and spin into a tornado like the Tasmanian devil. It doesn't look like normal road work. Oh, wait, you're telling me that's not normal? Doesn't that happen on every city block when there's a leak? A horse comes in spinning into a motherfucking tornado? He's hitting that road pretty hard, but that's okay, right?
It's not the only thing he's going to be hitting hard.
Episode 5, Wave Jumps. Ooh, you gotta be kidding me, man. The horse is surfing! Is there anything this horse can't do? And the part she finds remarkable is that he's wearing sunglasses. Oh, and then we get another disturbing image. Did I surprise you? My clothes are all wet now.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Episode 6, Trial Fanfare. Now we're at the racetrack. Yeah, you know, like an actual horse race. Something that horses actually do in real life. Astonishing, right? Well, apparently they arrived by public transit, but they only talk about it. Yeah, of all the weird things that have happened so far, that's the only thing they don't show us. Could you imagine, though, a horse on a train with some deranged girl talking to it? Would have loved to have seen that. But anyway, this horse doesn't race like an ordinary horse. Of course not. He plays dirty by kicking the shit out of the other horses. Why, that's damn rude. Episode 7, Wild Winnie.
I'll be honest, I've been playing this for hours and hours. I can't stop because I have to see what happens next. It just keeps getting crazier. Don't you want to see what happens next? Yeah, probably.
The horse is a rock star. This is the most multi-talented horse I've ever seen. Human face or not, look at him go. He's using his front legs to play the guitar. That is class. And then he sings to me, "My love, nerd."
Interesting lyrics. But fuck a horse, save a cowboy.
Episode 8, Street Corner Cavaletti. This time the horse has to fight a Mohawk guy. The funny thing here is if you engage in dialogue with the horse, it makes me wonder, how is he having a conversation right now? Does he stop the fight to say, "The stars look nice tonight," and then he goes back to fighting? That's not a normal horse. Damn right. Wow, you can say that again. And then he smashes his ass up against the dude's face. The force cracks the damn wall. This game is amazing. Episode 9, Riding Rivals. One crazy horse ain't enough in this game. Now there's 2! So the other horse, Ryoma, is his enemy and they engage in a boulder-throwing battle. All you do is break the boulders he throws, and afterwards he rests his head on the other horse saying, "Let's settle this at the race." Oh, I guess his head is in front of the other horse. I don't know. Episode 10, Stakes of Glory. Here comes the race, but the jockey isn't feeling well enough to ride, because he says, "My butt's going to explode if I get on a horse!"
My butt's gonna explode? I don't even have any comments to live up to this dialogue.
Then let it explode!
I couldn't have said it better myself. Did I make this game?
So now, the horse is racing against Ryoma by using those trademark kicks again, but this time you're riding on the horse's back. Sitting sideways, I must add. You gotta love the classical music. That's the William Tell Overture, commonly known as the Lone Ranger theme. It reminds me of the last level of Earthworm Jim 2, where you have to race Psychro, which also has classical music. But anyway, I must win this race. I came this far, I can't stop now.
Gotta do it, I gotta do it, I gotta win. Gotta win. Win. Oh no.
Oh shit, my battery's almost dead.
Oh, I gotta charge. Gotta charge.
Where's those chargers? Where's those fucking chargers? Don't die. Come on. Ah, here we go. USB, that's it. No, fuck that. Not that one. No, it's that Apple shit. Oh, that's it. I just, god damn it, I need an adapter now. Fuck. Ah, no. Here we go. Motherfucker. Don't die. No. Oh, it's gonna die. Here we go.
Plug it in now. Gotta plug it in. I gotta do it. Gotta get it. Plug it in.
Oh, thank God.
Come on. Yeah!
So the horse wins the race. All thanks to you, nerd.
Well, that should be the end of the game. But, yeah, there's a, funny thing about that. They added 3 bonus levels!
Episode 11, Leisurely Amble. You're shaving sheep! Who gave this horse a razor? That's an energetic way to shear. You bet it is! He throws the fucking sheep in the air and shaves the ever-loving shit out of them! Bah! Shave the sheep! Sheepy! He's shaving every sheep on the farm, every sheep in the country, and it's all just to make one single scarf. And the images have been progressing away from creepy to becoming more lighthearted, going for cute and adorable, which only makes it stranger. Episode 12, White Turf. Now the horse is skiing. Oh, more of the same bullshit, or, well, horse shit. And then the horse and the girl have a falling out over something stupid, and the girl runs away and gets stranded in the snow. And at last, episode 13, Lone Sprinter. She finds an abandoned cabin and keeps warm by burning her phone. Can you imagine the toxic fumes? And how much warmth would that even give off? And then she realizes she can't call for help. Dumbass. So the whole level, the horse is running through the snow to save her while dodging and knocking over trees. Ultimately, he crashes through the cabin wall like a Looney Tunes cartoon, and then they get together under the blanket.
Oh boy.
What am I resting on? His forelegs?
can't believe this is real! How did this game ever get made? Oh, I need a beer after that. Ha! Oh.
Hey, nerd.
Oh, God!
I love you, nerd. Don't be afraid.
Ah, no, I should have never played this game. Okay, get it off my phone. That's it, the phone.
No. Oh, nerd.
Fuck these modern phones. I'm sticking with the old shit. This is my phone now! Konami, a game company of legend. Their games were like treasures that kids sought after. Ruby red shooters, emerald adorned beat-em-ups, diamond lace platformers, and they all came sweeping into the NES library like an armada. And of course, we talked about such great classics like Contra, Castlevania. You had so many other gems like Bucky O'Hare and Life Force. And you had Metal Gear and Bio Billy, Castlevania 2, Top Gun. And then you have Goonies 1 and 2.
So, The Goonies is one of those quintessential 80s movies about a group of kids who go on an adventure to seek out a hidden pirate treasure in hopes to use the fortune to save their homes from becoming a golf resort, while at the same time being chased by a family of escaped prisoners, the Fratellis. It may be a little dated, but it sure does have that fun-loving spirit and nostalgic vibe that's expected of the Spielberg brand.
And of course, with something so cherished, it is a rule that it must be tarnished in the form of video games. Now, there were various versions on the numerous home computers at the time, such as the Commodore 64, but the versions I'm talking about are the ones that were made for the Nintendo systems. Now, first up is the original Goonies, which was both on the Famicom and Famicom Disk System.
Let's start this up and give it a go. Well, here it is. That beloved childhood adventure that you all knew has been turned into a repetitive scavenger hunt where you go around kicking the shit out of giant mice to get bombs to blow open skull doors to collect keys.
They blew up the walls all around him.
Once you have all 3 keys, you can unlock the next level. But that's not all. In each level, one of your friends has been kidnapped and you gotta find them. You play as the character Mikey, which is not very apparent, and all he does is kick, but you can also find a slingshot. It seems they missed a lot of potential here. Why not play as Data? That was the character who had all the cool gadgets. That would have been better than just a cliched slingshot. The enemies are no more inspired. Ghosts, skeletons, bats. Come on, why does every game have to have bats? Oh wait, the bats were in the movie. Okay then. And it also has the criminals who chase you around. I assume they're the Fratellis? So it is following the movie somewhat, I guess, but the bats were probably just a coincidence. One thing I do have to commend is they actually use the Cyndi Lauper song from the movie, The Goonies Are Good Enough. And it actually sounds pretty rad as a chiptune. Anyway, there's not much else about this game. You just kill the mice, find the keys, unlock the gates, find the keys, you know? It's starting to feel like I'm playing the same levels over and over again. In fact, I think I am playing the same levels again. What's happening? Did it send me back to the beginning? That's right. It's the same 5 stages looping endlessly.
What's worse than playing a shitty game? Playing a shitty game that never ends. I'm stuck, trapped, forever.
Forever, forever, and ever trapped. Wow.
Actually, what happens here is if you forget to rescue any of the kids, the game will allow you to keep on playing up to stage 5, but after that, it sends you back to the beginning. What kind of fucking shit is that? It shouldn't let you pass any of the levels. It should say, go back and get the kid, asshole. No, instead it wants you to keep on playing just to waste your fucking time.
On the screen, it does tell you how many kids you've saved, but not which stages they're from. So if I'm on stage 4 and it's showing I saved 3 kids, that could mean I missed the kid on stage 1 or 2 or whatever. I don't know. That was ancient history ago. I've been running around for so long looking for keys. So after you've completed stage 5 with 5 kids saved, it lets you go to the 6th and final stage, the ship. It's very short. All you do is hop around fighting mice and flying fish. I would make the statement that none of this shit ever happens in the movie, but that isn't the fucking problem anymore. The game has no bosses, none whatsoever. You find the girl, and the game ends. All you get is a short cutscene of the Goonies watching the pirate ship, like the movie, and then it says the end. Congratulations. Oh, and you want to know what happens after that? Sends you back to level 1, in case you want to play again. Well, that was the version of the Goonies that we did not get here in the United States. It was in the arcades, but not on the home consoles. So they spared us that one. Because you know why? We deserved something much shittier. The Goonies 2 was one of those movie sequel video games before there was ever a sequel, much like Top Gun: The Second Mission. Well, of course, Top Gun did eventually get a sequel, but so far, The Goonies has not. And if it does, hope it's nothing like this. The main villain from the first movie, Mama Fratelli, is back for revenge, and this time she's kidnapped Annie. Well, her name was Andy, but I'll assume it's a new character because this is Goonies 2. The gameplay is similar to the first Goonies and even has the same song. You're just going around fighting insects and shit, but with a yo-yo this time. What was with video games using yo-yos as weapons? Star Tropics, Earthbound, Yo-Noid? Where did that come from? Has anyone ever hit someone with a yo-yo flawlessly to have the yo-yo wind itself back to their hand? That would be amazing! That didn't happen in the movie. But remember, this is Goonies 2. You still have bombs, but now you can also get Molotov cocktails. That's just great. A 14-year-old kid's running around throwing Molotov cocktails. Good family fun. But this ain't like the movie, because this is Goonies 2. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you straight out. As a side-scroller, this is a totally fine game. If you were a kid in the late 80s and rented it from the video store, as I once had, you wouldn't find anything wrong. After you finish your homework, you'd kill some time by yo-yoing the fuck out of some spiders for a couple hours and call it a day. But if you're trying to actually get anywhere, that's a whole other story.
Oh shit, what?
Let me tell you what I mean. You see these doors? Bet you go in there, right? I say, no. Leave well enough alone. If you want any hope in getting some enjoyability out of this game, just forget about the doors. Sure, that means you won't get very far, but the trauma is not worth it. Don't go in the doors. It's like The Shining with the forbidden hotel room. The kid Danny is warned not to go in there, but he does anyway, because otherwise you wouldn't have much of a movie, and here, I guess you wouldn't have much of a nerd episode. Because on the other side of these doors, that's where they hid the shitty game. I wish I didn't have to do this, but it is my duty. So I'm gonna go in there and show you the inner workings of the bullshit fuck factory. You unlock this door with the key of humiliation. Beyond it is an entirely different game. A game of shit. A game of awful sights. A game of torture to the mind. You're diving into the ass of the most toxic, filthy substance of idiotic ideas you've just crossed over into the diarrhea dimension. Now all of a sudden, it looks like we're playing the cabin stages in Friday the 13th. But if Friday the 13th were shitty. And I know, I already said Friday the 13th was shitty, but not anymore. These rooms were designed without any common sense, programmed with no laws of physics. I don't know how to explain it because I can't even fully understand it myself. I push up to go in a door, and next thing, I'm back to where I was. So I figured down must be forward. So I try that, and still don't know where I'm going. Left and right don't seem to do anything. You think it would turn Mikey's perspective, like in Friday the 13th. When I'm using an already shitty game as an example as what it should do, you know it's a bad sign. I can't comprehend the layout. There's no logical sense of space in this asinine architecture. I never even knew how fucking crack-brained a video game can be until I realized Mikey can only face forward. Left and right do work if you're going through a side door. But hang on, which direction am I looking now? How does this room relate to the one I was just in? When I went through the door, did my perspective turn 90 degrees? Or did I walk sideways into the room? Is Mikey actually strafing into the next room? And remember, when I tried to go into a door that's right in front of my fucking face but ended up back outside the door I came in, that's because I walked backwards through the first door. You have to imagine a theoretical door on the fourth wall in which he walks backwards through. Ugh, does that make any sense? I'm trying my best to put this into words, but I just sound insane. Basically, you can't turn around, so you can never actually see the door you came in. Never. But wait, that doesn't explain how up moved me backwards. Well, if you look at the corner, you see Mikey inside that sort of directional compass. If he's facing toward us, that means down will move him in the direction he's facing, while up will move him backwards. So essentially what I'm saying is, you press up to walk backwards out of a room. As soon as you get used to that, next thing, he's facing away. So now up is up and down is down. I know 3D rooms in video games was a pretty new concept at the time, but wouldn't the simplest way to program this be up is always forward, down is always back, and anytime you turn left or right, that would change the perspective and reorient the controls, right? Instead, this game seems to think of the D-pad as a fixed direction, so down will always move you to one side of the room, and so on. The manual attempts to explain it and even says, hey, nobody ever said this was easy. Man, they got that right. Even when you understand it, why does the character have to face different directions? I think it happens based on which way you've originally entered the room in relation to the overworld map. But why was that necessary? How did they manage to fuck it up so bad? I'd say it's very unlikely they've ever made a video game before this, but there was Goonies 1. Anyway, what's the goal in these rooms? Why are we here? Well, this is one of those point and click, fuck around and find out type of games, but in the bad kind of way, where all you're really doing is playing a blind guessing game. Who's this guy? He's not helpful in any way. So, how about, I don't know, I just punch him in the face? What do you do? Why must you do this to me, dear me? You can even hit him with a hammer. That's brutal! Remember that scene in the movie, not The Exorcist, but The Goonies, where Mikey beat the shit out of some old man? Well, of course not, because this is Goonies 2. Anytime you collect new items, it goes into your tool menu. To access them, you have to fumble through some really awkward controls. To move the cursor left or right, you can only press up and down to cycle through the tools. It would be perfectly logical to press left and right, but that does nothing. Also, to go to the second page of tools, you have to hit B, which would usually be the cancel button. The cancel button is start. What kind of sense does that make? You hit start to go back? The real secret of the tool menu is that we're not in control. The game's messing with us because we are the tools. I don't mean to sound like I'm going out of my way to complain, and it might seem like a small thing, but that would be like if you rented a car, you got in and the stick shift was on the ceiling. Would you be like, oh, okay? Or would you be like, why the fuck is it up here? What makes the tool menu even stranger is that when you're on the side-scrolling stages, Start brings up a whole new menu, one that's more traditional, more like what you'd expect for the NES. Some of the same tools are in here, such as the hammer, ladder, candle, etc. But here, they're not called tools, they're called implements. So, because the same tools appear in two different menu screens that function in completely different ways, only leads me to believe that there were two different games that somehow got smushed together like two different dog turds being run through the lawnmower. But if and when you ever get used to these rooms and tool system, that's only half the battle, because it's a puzzle within a puzzle. Every door, every item, every single thing you're trying to find is hidden. You have to trigger them to appear, usually by physically hitting every little spot. It might be the wall, it might be the ceiling, it might be the floor, and it might be with the fist, it might be with the hammer. It's like Milon's Secret Castle, where you have to break the blocks to find everything. Except, Imagine if Mylon had to try each block twice while switching weapons. It takes twice as long. It's a pixel hunting nightmare that never ends. Oh, you can get special glasses that makes everything visible. Thank God. But oh wait, it only works in certain places. In fact, it barely works at all. What a fucking tease. And there were no special glasses in the movie, but never mind that, because this is Goonies too. Even when you do find something, like when you find a hole on the ceiling, sometimes you can only get to it with a ladder, and if it's a hole in the floor, sometimes you need a diving suit because I guess it's full of water. So you'll have to come back later when you have those items. Now, if you make a hole and then you leave the room and then come back, the hole's gone. At least I think it's gone, because it seems like a different room. So they don't even have the goddamn courtesy to let you retrace your steps. If I saw the hole, I'd be able to know I was just there. Where's the hole? You want to know what fucking hole I'm thinking of? When you get the ladder, you climb up by pressing up. Makes sense, but you want to know how to climb down the ladder? By pressing up? Does that mean he is actually going down head first? Have you ever climbed upside down a ladder?
It does not work.
Then they have the nerve to make the rooms go dark. So now you gotta get a candle. You gotta go on a never-ending scavenger hunt, punching and hammering every wall in every room till you come to an old man who says, "Get out of here if you have nothing to do." Okay, how about I punch him in the face?
Fuck you, motherfucker! Yeah!
So I punched him 3 times, and nothing interesting happened. But just for good measure, I hit him a 4th time. Still nothing.
Well, I'm pretty sure nothing is gonna happen, so how about I hit him 1 more time? The candle appeared? How would you come to that conclusion? What do you do when you see an old man meditating? Well, punch him 5 times in the fucking face! Of course! If that's your first instinct, that really says a lot about you.
It's like punching people in Roger Rabbit. You don't expect it to have any effect. And why 5 times? Usually it would take 3. When would it ever be 5? Man, I've played tons of games and that's never occurred. Anyway, now that you have the candle, you walk into a room and guess what? It's still dark. What am I thinking? Of course the candle's not automatic. You gotta click tools, then select the candle. Fair enough. But when you go into the next room, guess what? You gotta click tools and select the candle again. And then you go back into the room you were just at and you gotta do it again.
Why doesn't Mikey just leave the candle on? Is he blowing it out every single time he goes into the next room? Man, that makes no sense. And that wasn't in the movie either. But this is Goonies too.
What I find most remarkable is how all these simple, shitty things seem related to one another, as if they're all working together like a well-greased, piss-stained diarrhea machine, like one of Data's contraptions. It's a chain effect. The wall-hitting bullshit plays into the navigational disorientation, which plays into the darkness, which plays into the back-ass controls. It's just one big circle-jerk fuck show. Honestly, I'm impressed. This takes frustrating game design to a high art. It's one of the most psychologically targeted brain fuckers I've ever played.
No! I'm too young!
Oh, I need a beer. Where is it? Where is it? There's a beer in this wall. I would totally drink it. Oh, I know. It's hammer time. Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of elder abuse in this episode, nerd.
You're still here, huh? You're still fucking here! Alright, where was I?
Did I just spend the past 8 minutes talking about the simple function of moving through rooms? It's astonishing how the game goes from good to horrible as soon as you open one of those doors. How did they fuck it all up over something so stupid? Something that you normally wouldn't even have to think about is such a large part of the game. and that's the majority of your time, just finding your way through rooms and clicking around menus to do simple things that could have been done with one hit of a button. It overcomplicates everything. Imagine if you were playing Super Mario Brothers and anytime you go down a pipe, it switches to something completely different, like some kind of 3D labyrinth with a mess of menus and controls that make no sense. But what happens when you make it through these rooms? You thought it'd be an end-all, shit-all, bottom-of-the-barrel fuck? No, the rooms are merely the means of transit to the other side of the map. Yeah, I haven't even talked about the map yet.
Who knows?
Mouth, you said you could translate. Translate, right here.
Yeah, translate it.
Yeah, now we're really getting down to it. It's nice they have a map, but it's pointless because you never take a direct path to go anywhere ever. Instead, you go through those 3D rooms which act as a turd tunnel to go from one shitty realm to the next. On the other side, you find yourself on the back of the map. That's right, the map flips around. Let me demonstrate on paper. It's as if you're trying to solve an ordinary maze, except every so often there's a spot where you have to punch the pen through, and on the other side, there's a whole other maze as if you traveled through a wormhole. So now you have to find your way to the next wormhole and flip the map again, and again, and again. But that's simplifying it, because each time you'd get to one of those wormholes, you'd have to switch to some kind of 3D maze and find your way through blindfolded while only being able to point in one direction. The whole idea is to rescue your friends, like the first game, but the map won't show where they're at, unless you find a locator device for each individual one. When you do, the friends are represented by a blue dot, which only means they're inside a room that's in that area. You are represented by a red dot, so you head toward the blue dot, checking the map every so often to keep track. Next thing you know, the blue dot is gone. What happened? Oh, am I on it? That's right. The red dot can cover the blue dot. So you gotta move one screen over just to make sure. That's like if you're looking for the TV remote and suspect you might be sitting on it, so you have to get up and move. They couldn't figure out how to show a blue dot and a red dot at the same time? Couldn't they just make a purple dot, perhaps? So I go through the room, I hammer the wall to find a door that leads to the friend in a cage. Luckily I have the key, so I open it and they say, "Mikey, you're late, I was almost killed." Well, cut me a fucking break. I had to get a diving suit so I can climb up down a ladder to find a hidden safe behind a wall, behind a door, behind an invisible door that I moonwalked backwards out of. Then I had to kill some birds until one of them dropped the key. I had to bomb a bunch of random spots on the wall so I could find hyper shoes. I had to jump across a bunch of poop platforms, slide around on ice, as if anyone ever liked that trope. Then I had to fill up my health by Konami Man. Yes, Konami Man. Unless you hit him, in which he'll never forget it and never give you health ever again for the rest of the game. That's true. I had to swim around in a bunch of underwater caverns and meet creatures from the Black Lagoon and fight a bunch of dragons. Remember the Gillman and dragons from Goonies? Of course you don't, because this is Goonies too. I had to go through one secret room to get to another secret room to get to another one and another and another and another and another and another. All to rescue your friends, and think about how disturbing that is. There's kids in cages with talk of being killed in an NES game. That is fucking dark. One positive thing about this game is that you can continue as many times as you need, which almost makes it worse because with no game overs, I have no excuse. There's nothing exciting at the end. No final boss, nothing. You open the last door and there you go. You saved Annie, who happens to be a mermaid, by the way. Remember the mermaid in Goonies? No? Well, that's because this is a load of fucking shit. May I ask, why is the mermaid topless? Specifically, my question would be why they actively chose to have a mermaid with a blank chest rather than give her the typical clamshell bra like in Peter Pan, and soon to be made famous a couple years after with The Little Mermaid. Am I asking too many questions? If they make a Goonies 2 film and it's anything like this game, I will truffle shuffle till I shit my pants. It's crazy to think the first game is the one they held back from us. It's kind of like a rhinoceros comes over to piss on you, and then it turns around, oh thank God, and then shits on your fucking face. That is an unfortunate situation, and this is one of the worst sequels ever. Konami really delivered the number 2 on us. It goes many layers deep. It starts out like Super Pitfall. You scrape away that layer of shit, and underneath is Friday the 13th. And under that is Mylon's Secret Castle, as you go further into the center of the wet, smelly dog turd. Now, I don't know for a fact if the core of a dog turd is any worse than the whole turd. That has yet to be tested. But I'm going to test something else out right now! Don't you just hate the winter? You're stuck inside from the snow, you're depleted of energy, and you need your vitamin D, or more like vitamin C. And you know what kind of C I'm talking about? Dun, 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 dun! Dun, dun! The original Contra kicked so much ass there was no ass left to kick. But then came Super Contra, which was like 1,000 angels in your pants singing hallelujah! And just when you thought it couldn't get any better than this, a whole new console, the Super Nintendo, descended from the heavens and bestowed upon humanity Contra 3. My God, this rocks! By now, we were thinking, can you imagine what they got cooking for Contra 4? And then later, that same year of '92, we did get another Contra game. A little too soon, perhaps. Maybe they should have let it cook a little longer. Let's get to the game. The follow-up to Contra 3. Let's pop this fucker in. Oh, wait a minute. Something's wrong here. What's this? We're going back to NES? Yeah. Now, just to be clear, there existed good NES games after the launch of the Super Nintendo, but doesn't it feel like a step back? Well, no worries. I mean, it has the Nintendo seal of quality. It's made by Konami, so as long as it's good as the first two, no worries. The game starts up and there you go, Contra Force. You look at that familiar logo and think, cool, we're in good hands, right? Now we have a character select screen. Well, that's new, kinda cool, but what's the deal with this guy's nose? He looks like a clown. Seriously though, what's the reason? And this other guy's named Beans. What kind of name is that? I guess it would make more sense if the other three characters were named Pork, Rice, and Shit Sauce. Anyway, we start up level 1 and something is off. The graphics are still pretty nice for NES, but the characters are off style with its previous 8-bit predecessors. I mean, you're running around in a life preserver jacket like Marty McFly. This must be an entirely different game engine. We are not in Kansas anymore because holy shit does this not look or feel anything like Contra. You can only squat, unlike the other Contras where you can get down in a military prone position. Unless you pick Beans, they made it so he's the only character that can go prone for some stupid reason. Also, while you can still shoot diagonally, you cannot shoot down diagonal while running. That is a pretty specific limitation. Then there's the slowdown. Look at this. I'm getting lag like I'm dredging through pea soup. That's right, hot boiled piss. Why am I moving so slow? Wait, now it's blasting me across the screen at light speed. Make up your mind already. Slow, fast, It's like a modern action movie where everything slows down to bullet time and then speeds up again. Wow. Maybe that's what they were going for. Actually, probably not. All I can say is it happens at the worst times and ruins your day. I'm sliding down this slope and my ass is sticking to it like it's a hot slide. Kind of like the Jackie Chan movie, Who Am I? Except now in slow motion. And don't adjust that dial, kids. That's not your screen. This game has a serious flickering issue. It's borderline seizure-inducing. You know, I'm beginning to think there might be something wrong with this game. Yeah. I wonder, was it called Contra Force because they forced it out? Or forced it in like shoving a rhino turd into your ass? It's as if the previous Contra game served as a countdown to when the diarrhea floodgates would burst open. But now, let me tell you this game's true history. Or shitstory. In 1991, a shitty game known as Arc Hound was planned for release in Japan, but was cancelled because the shit that this hound left was too smelly. Konami scooped up the shit, bagged it, and threw it in the garbage can. Then some jokester took the bag of shit, wrote Contra Force on it, shipped it to America, and we got it in our faces. It infiltrated our beloved Contra franchise like a big Trojan horse, fuck you. In short, it's not a Contra game.
Surprised?
So now you're probably thinking, okay, it's a disappointing game because it's compared to Contra when it wasn't originally meant to be a Contra game. Well, yeah, that's part of it, but hang tight and you'll see why this game would still disappoint even if it was called Action 50 Force. It's deceivingly bad. It looks okay, and I will say it has some interesting ideas. First is the weapon upgrades, which don't work like other Contra games. Here, instead of picking up a weapon and instantly gaining the ability, you have to collect these glowing briefcases and build up your meter until you have enough energy for the weapon you want. It's kind of similar to Gradius, where you can unlock weapons and activate different abilities depending on the amount of power-ups you have saved up. This is the biggest curveball this game throws at you. Even when you select your character, you think all these guys are going to have different weapons, but it's the same pea shooter that doesn't even reach across the screen and doesn't even give the goddamn courtesy to give a reach around. So sometimes you're in a shitty area and can't hit the enemies. Otherwise, your bullets just fizzle out like farts on a windy day. And do not get the grenades. This is worse than the fire weapon in the original Contra. Look at the arc on this thing. I can't hit anything. And the explosions don't even hurt anybody. Are you kidding me? You need to actually hit them with the grenade itself? You might as well be throwing rocks. Could you imagine watching a war movie and the grenades are totally ineffective unless they hit someone right over the head? The other mechanism in this game that takes time to understand is how to select the other characters. You can swap between them, sort of like in Ninja Turtles, but you can also call in one of your buddies to fight alongside you as an AI character. But first of all, the game can't handle this. Everything starts flickering and going apeshit. And the other problem is they can only last for 5 seconds. I'm not kidding, 5 seconds. And then you gotta pause the game, go back into the menu, and call them again. So you're spending more time in the menu than actually playing the game. What's the point of this buddy system anyway when the buddy doesn't help at all? A real buddy would be somebody to talk you out of playing the game. Let it go, man. Just put the controller down. Let it go. It's not worth it. Alright, let's get down to the shit. Level 1 is among the hardest levels in the NES library. It took me hours just to finish the stage. And there is no 30 live code, just as February doesn't have 30 days. It got screwed over. The first big fuckle happens when you run into these smashing pillars, right out of Castlevania. Well, Contra had them too, but see, I thought of Castlevania first, because this game ain't Contra. But if you look at the other Contra games, you'll know they had a pattern. Yeah, a pattern! But is there any pattern here? No, it's just a fucking free-for-all. Why do these things exist anyway? Do the bad guys use them to compact their trash or something? The timing is just all over the place. Most often I just die and use the brief invincibility to run past. Oh, what the fuck? Now I'm stuck on the edge of the screen. It's like the game can't keep up. The enemies keep appearing right in front of me. I mean, can the screen adjust already? And I can't go back to fix it because I'll get smashed by the pillars. After I get through that nightmare, the game ratchets up my blood pressure by pulling another trope out of the turd box. Fans over a spike pit. Classic. Of course there's an enemy shooting at me as I'm floating through the air. Too bad my bullets can't reach him before I jump. Did I take some fizzy lifting drink or something? Fuck! The problem is, that first fan, you're floating and you think everything's fine, but that middle area with the spikes, gravity comes back and says, hey, you owe me. I mean, with all seriousness, what do you think would happen if you tried to float over a bed of spikes? Huh? What would happen? Floating over fans, though? Yeah, that's indoor skydiving. That's real. You can actually do that. You know, that guy looks familiar. But anyway, the point is, flying over fans is something that actually works in real life. But flying over spikes, I'm willing to bet, wouldn't be a very popular activity. The reason why it's unexpected in this game is because that first fan is giving you the upwards momentum and you think that's enough to get you over the spikes, but instead it just blows you all over the place, just like this game is blowing. And if you don't land on the bottom spikes, you can be sure you're getting launched up to the ceiling spikes. And not to mention, I'm getting shot at. Look, the rocket missed me by the skin of my gonads. I managed to kill the enemy, but then I landed on the fucking spikes. Fuck. Fuck! Hang on, I'm starting to realize there's a third fan. Yeah, can you find it? Look for the third fan. Take a good hard look and tell me, where do you think that third fan is? Well, it's right up there. You'd never know because it's nothing like the others. Well, that one is blowing me horizontally, which means this game blows every which way. That's what you need to get over the spikes. But if you accidentally shoot out that third fan, you're fucked. Wait, shooting the fans? Can you do that to the bottom fans? Oh my God. What? You can just shoot them and then walk over it? You can just shoot them and just walk over it. Never in my wildest dreams would I have guessed that. But here we are. And listen, I'm not complaining. I just cannot believe such a difficult obstacle can be thwarted this easily. Next, you're going to tell me those godforsaken pillars can be destroyed. Wait a goddamn minute. You could just shoot them too? Oh my God, why did I put up with all this goddamn bullshit? How did I not realize this sooner? Man, they present it as a real obstacle when you can just blow it up. I think I'm dealing with a legitimate gameplay challenge here. But no, the game's just fucking with me, making a horse's ass out of me. And it's pissing me off. Maybe that's why the game slows down. There's so many destructible objects on the screen. Even boxes and things you would think are just background. Then the boss comes and kills me instantly. But hang on, watch the replay. Did he just trip and fall on me? The boss killed me by accident! So let's discuss one other thing here. Not that he looks like Crocodile Dundee if he were wearing all green, but many of the characters, mainly the bosses, are oversized human beings. I don't get it. Are they supposed to be real people or some kind of mutant giants? It's as if you and your friends are playing with action figures like G.I. Joe or something, but they're totally different scales. It doesn't make sense that they can interact, but you just use your imagination and roll with it. There aren't any aliens or robots in this game, which would have actually made more sense, funny enough. And by the way, what's with this guy? He's tugging his gun. He's jerking off! Level 2 is so much easier, and it's one of those top-down stages. Hey, look, I moved the character off the screen. That's something new. It's kind of creepy, actually, almost like he could escape my TV. Stay in there, buddy. Stay in there. This game reminds me more of Ikari Warriors than Contra. It even has the scrotum guns. And this is great right here. I can't even see my character. How am I supposed to play like this? And I imagine this is exactly what the inside of a nuclear sub looks like. Yeah, the brick flooring, I bet, is perfectly accurate. Also, you gotta love when the boss takes like 400 fucking hits. Jeez, you think they made this guy strong enough? Just die already! Fuck! Level 3 is back to side-scrolling, and the first big piss-off is this elevator. My first problem with it is that it leaves without me. Jeez, you can't even wait 2 seconds? And then when it reaches the top, it explodes. Well, that's some real shitty elevator design. Imagine an elevator that only goes up once and explodes. Next problem, there's guys firing homing missiles at you, which you can't dodge because you're on a fucking elevator. If you leave the screen, all the enemies respawn and you gotta do all that shit again. It's the epitome of ass fuckery. So you're able to climb these chains, but not the ladders on the first stage. That makes a lot of sense. Oh God, and then wait till you have to jump and reach that swinging hook. Come on. Come on! Fuck! Okay, now you gotta jump on this moving platform. What the fuck? It exploded? This is a sick joke. You wanna know the real way to do this? You gotta leave one box to make the screen go up higher so you can jump on the platform before it blows up. It's almost like you have to figure out how to cheat the game just to survive. And you don't want to miss any of these jumps, or else you go down, 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 and have to play half the fucking level all over again. Level 4 is back to the top-down style. Now, I will say this is very much like classic Contra, how it alternates between standard side-scrolling levels and then some kind of different style, whether it be 3D or top-down. Strangely, it always happens on level 2, but the next time is either level 4, 5, or 6. In fact, if you take the first 4 Contras, not counting the Game Boy one, you get the numbers 2, 4, 2, 6, 2, 5, 2, 4. Mathematically, this sequence can be viewed as an oscillating pattern where every other number is a 2, while the intervening numbers follow a non-linear path, 4, 6, 5, 4. You know what this means? Absolutely nothing. This level sucks. You're walking on a plane and you come to the edge of the wing thinking it's a dead end, but actually you have to wait for another plane to come so you can cross over. And you gotta do this across many planes. It has to be precisely when the wings touch tips, which is like 1 nanosecond. You gotta do it right when it happens, or else you fall to your doom. Oh, fuck. It's never clear where you're supposed to go. I made it all the way to the cockpit, which is where this game belongs, but nothing happened. Level 5 is the final stage, making it a short game, but thank God. Hey, look at this dipshit. He fell down the missing stairs because I shot the stairs out. He's so familiar with it, he goes down those stairs every day. So then he's like, what the fuck? Dumbass. Drunken fool, down the stairs. When you die, you lose all the power-ups you've unlocked and your meter resets. So unless you're playing with pixel-perfect precision and are dodging everything coming at you, the upgrade system is fucking pointless. Anytime you think you're finally winning at this game, something will rip the rug out from under you and kick you in the balls on your way down. If you lose all your lives, you go back to the beginning of the stage, which is similar to the original Contra. At least they give you unlimited continues. So your torture can be never-ending, like an everlasting shit-stopper. Because if you were sucking a regular turd, it would be gone eventually. But not this. Anyway, I reached the final boss, and this guy jumps out of the helicopter from Super C. I mean, it's not an exact graphic swap, but it looks almost identical. This guy is a real motherfucker. You gotta swap between all your characters to keep yourself going. Well, in the words of Rambo, fuck 'em! I'm gonna do it. Bah! Ah! I'm gonna do it. Yeah! Finally, beat this son of a bitch. So then you get an end screen which says you won, but you didn't win? Several things left unsolved. A suspicious figure is lurking behind him. What is it trying to say? This game is rather profound. You know, to quote Orson Welles, the only difference between a happy ending and a sad ending is where you decide to stop. In a nutshell, one that's been shot out by a squirrel, I'd say for a game like this, it is quite shocking they would market it as a Contra game. And to do this merely 6 months or so after Contra 3. I mean, it could have been a clever tactic if the game wasn't an abominable catastrophe of ass. And if you had Contra 3 sitting in your Super Nintendo system, why would you even go near this? Contra or not, this game needed to cook in the oven a little longer. Yeah, just, a year or two, work out the bugs, put it out on Super Nintendo, and maybe it could have been a halfway decent game. Well, I'm going to do what Konami should have done in the first place. Late into the 80s, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone were still the undisputed action movie champions of the world. After almost a decade of Rockies, Rambos, and Conan the Barbarians, it didn't seem like anyone would ever topple them from their testosterone-fueled thrones. That's at least until Jean-Claude Van Damme starred in 1988's Bloodsport and shook up the scene with some of the most incredible martial arts moves ever. And some of the most brutal scenes in one too, for that matter. With classics like Kickboxer, Death Warrant, Universal Soldier, Hard Target, and yes, even Street Fighter under his belt, Van Damme built up an iconic library of martial arts and action films over the years. One of these movies was 1994's Timecop.
Are we gonna blast to the past? Yee-haw!
Jean-Claude plays Max Walker, a man who loses everything, so he joins the Time Enforcement Commission, or TEC for short, a time-traveling police force that punishes criminals who go back in time to enrich their futures. It's basically Back to the Future 2, but with badass fight scenes and over-the-top gore.
Have a nice day. Fatality.
Walker goes after a corrupt U.S. senator who's making himself rich and powerful by changing the past.
Same matter can occupy the same space.
The movie is mostly Van Damme fighting bad guys in Boo haunted houses, and it is technically a Halloween movie if you look at the decorations in the background. It's more about Senate committees than cool time travel. At the end, he stops the senator by working with his past self and forcing two pieces of the same matter to occupy the same space. The movie made over $100 million at the box office and is Jean-Claude Van Damme's highest grossing film of the time. So a video game based on it must have been a no-brainer. They asked Van Damme to be in the game for the digitization, but this is what he said.
Read it.
Developed by French Cryo Interactive, the game came out in April '95 in the US. Unfortunately, that was 7 months after the movie debuted in theaters and several months after the VHS tape had hit store shelves. Timely. They couldn't plan the game's release a little closer to either of those dates?
Well, who am I to judge? It came out 30 years ago, and I'm only just reviewing it today. And it's even been 20 years since the game's future date. The first level takes place in 2005. Wow, you know you're feeling old when the future was so long ago.
The game begins with a lengthy opening text crawl crammed into the lower third of the screen. Also, they could put in a crappy-looking movie still above it. Whose idea was this?
You look like shit to me.
It's not even that recognizable of an image. It's just a random shot of the security monitors from TEC headquarters. The opening quickly recaps the events of the movie and then goes on to explain that the game is actually a sequel to it. The chronologically confused hairs on the back of my scrotum are standing at full attention now, because I gotta ask, why wasn't this game called Timecop 2?
Maybe it was meant to be a movie instead. A movie that sucked so hard the studio used time travel to wipe it from existence, so it appeared as a game instead. The only problem with that, there actually was Timecop 2, the Berlin decision. So too bad that wipes out a potentially good plot device for this episode.
To make things even more confusing, the cover is illustrated like a comic book. After all, Timecop began as a comic, so is it trying to be a sequel to the movie or the comic? Anyway, the main villain is Professor Kleindost. But hang on, let's stop for a moment and look at this goofball.
I need to explain. Dr. Kleindost in the movie was a character that was only mentioned in expositional dialogue. He never actually appeared on screen.
So this is not a screenshot. They got a fresh actor for the game, and this is the face he made. What did they say to the guy? What did they give him to invoke that kind of reaction? He even laughs on the game over screen like a lunatic. Were they aware of the semi-serious tone of the movie? This guy doesn't fit at all. Could you imagine him being in the movie? It would be like in the original Star Wars. You know how you never see the Emperor? Well, imagine if you did, but he comes out wearing Groucho Marx glasses. This entire opening sequence takes 1.5 minutes to scroll by, and my only takeaway from the whole thing are the spelling mistakes. Kleindost was the only person to conceive time scan? Conceive? Are you sure you don't mean deceive?
Or hey, what do I know? Maybe he has the technology to give birth to a machine in the far-flung future of 2005.
Wait a minute. Let the duel begins? Did anyone proofread this piece of shit? All right, enough of this. Let's just play the Van Damme game already.
FBI. Get on it.
Well, now we're in deep shit. I'll refer to this as the Mortal Kombat look. And it's never a good sign. The odds of a game being good with this art style without the accompaniment of the words Mortal Kombat or Jackie Chan and Fists of Fire range from pretty fucking slim to not a snowball's chance in hell. Batman Forever was an omen. Now the character kinda looks like Van Damme if I take my glasses off and squint hard enough. But who am I kidding? It's barely a likeness at best. They did try to at least match some of Van Damme's martial arts moves, like a leg sweep, the flying jump kick, which is a one-hit kill for most enemies in the game, and his ability to jump 6 feet in the air. They also give you a gun, so just use that instead. Well, until you run out of bullets at least. Speaking of which, the moves are so slow that whenever I engage with an enemy, 9 times out of 10, I get hit, unless I use the leg sweep. Yeah, it's cheap and I don't feel good about it, but it's reliable. It's kind of like spamming the leg sweep in Kung Fu on NES. Or sometimes I just try my luck and jump over them. You can kick a robot Gatling gun to death, so I can only imagine his legs are made of solid steel. That or steel-toed boots. I mean, look at him obliterate this probe droid. Van Damme! You have a bomb that wipes out everybody on screen, but it's too slow. I still get hit. So what's the point? I will say, this game has some pretty cool music. But why do I keep hearing FBI?
FBI. Get on it.
Wow, real catchy hook. FBI? Yeah, put that over some club music. The layout is like a maze with no clear indication of where to go. Anytime I reach the edge of the screen, it's always a dead end. God fucking Van Damme! And there's always doors in the background just for decoration. You think you could go in there. I mean, they open and close, but you still can't go in. The worst part of all, there's a time limit. Timecop? More like not enough time, cop. And according to the manual, you can only spend so much time in one sector before disintegration. Wow, talk about a raw deal. I mean, you get sent back in time, but then you have to rush, and any deviation from your mission will result in your instant death. I mean, do you think maybe you could send me back in time just a little further? Please? Thankfully, they have clocks you can pick up that give you bonus time. Yeah, like Back to the Future. Yippee. How about just don't have a time limit? Then we come to the underwater stage, my favorite. Why do so many games have to have one of these? Ninja Turtles, Goonies 2, A Boy His Blob, Earthworm Jim, Gex, the list goes on. But this underwater stage takes place in 1945, if you care. I like the ripple effect in the graphics. That is a cool detail. And like I said, the music is kinda rockin'. But why can't I duck?
Tommy, whoa, it ain't no law to duck. Ow.
Is there some law against ducking underwater? He just stands up tall, making himself a big target, and even jumps from a standstill. This makes it extremely hard to get by all the octopuses. Yeah, I mean, do you think there's enough octopuses here? There's even a giant one at the end of the level. Well, if you ever wanted a game where Van Damme's fighting octopuses in 1945, then this is the game for you. Now I'm in a fucking submersible of some kind, and the game's turned into a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up. I don't mind a little variety, but just look at this thing. How in the hell am I supposed to dodge anything when this takes up half the screen? Next is Wall Street, 1929. And I'm getting shot at the second it starts. What the fuck? Gangsters are dancing down the street, shooting at me. They're hanging out of cars, hanging out of windows, and while there's catchy, upbeat ragtime jazz playing in the background. Almost as if in unison with the sound of bullets riddling my fucking body. These motherfuckers in the windows are the worst, and are practically impossible to avoid. You can hear them shooting before you see them on screen, so you'd think it'd be simple. But every time without fail, as soon as I move far enough to the right to make them appear, these window fuckers shoot my body full of holes like Swiss cheese. Fuck! Oh, fucking shit. God damn, Van Damme! Come on! The most frustrating part is that I've actually avoided their hail of bullets before, so I know it's doable. Instead, it's just one constant piss stream of white-hot lead to the face. There's also the never-ending threat of a jerk-off driving across the screen taking pot shots every 5 seconds. A drive-by, if you will. By the way, can anyone tell me where to find a drugstore and a newsstand? Oh, that's right, they're on every fucking block. That's convenient. At the end of the level, you fight a robot that mysteriously resembles Rob. This never happened in the movie. And why didn't it? That would have been awesome. So, naturally, I proceeded to beat the ever-loving crap out of that robo-fuckazoid piece of shit until it explodes. Level 4, German. Not Germany, just German. The typos never end. Kleindost is working with the Nazis now and has given them advanced modern weaponry, or weaponly, if you go by the game. Seriously, did nobody proofread this? And where are these so-called advanced modern weapons? I'm expecting laser beams or overpowered machine guns like the movie's opening scene when the time traveler kills all those Confederate soldiers. No, the soldiers just stop and fire their Lugers at me, like every other enemy. Nothing special about that, at all. Other enemies in the stage include mortars, boulders, and barbed wire. Wow, I never thought we could top bats, spiders, and snakes for the most uninspired enemies in video game history. But Timecop might have done it. The boss of the level is a screen-covering tank. Again, not advanced modern technology. I can't even tell if I'm doing any damage to this thing, but I unload every bullet I have into it until it ends. The next few levels are all more the same. Beating up bad guys, destroying robots, getting lost until the time limit kills you, and then eventually finding the stage exit. Mind you, you only get 2 continues in this game, so you don't want to fuck up too much. In the final stage, you confront Dr. Kleindost. Suddenly I'm having flashbacks to the Rocketeer for some reason. I wonder why. Must be the shitty controls. Can't think anything else it could be. Oh, that's right, the fucking jetpack. Like many games with a jetpack, the developers decide to emulate the weightlessness of flying by adding a lot of floatiness to your character's movement. So now, any press of the button makes Walker speed across the screen, usually right into danger. The entire stage is covered with landmines, or should I call them air mines? Floaters? Either way, you want to avoid crashing into them until you get to Kleindost, and we sure as shit don't want to restart the entire game over again at this point over something that stupid. Well, when you finally do get to Kleindost, the bastard flies away right off the damn screen. How the hell am I supposed to hit him if he won't come back? Now, a lot of games have this problem, but Jesus Christ, does this one in particular rub my rhubarb the wrong way. It's the final boss, and he's hiding outside the bounds of the stage, mocking me.
This guy's laughed at me enough. He's not gonna break my spirit. I'm gonna blow him out of the air and end this piece of shit. Fucking asshole.
After landing the final shot, he explodes. And then, after all that, the screen goes black. Kleindost slowly enters the frame. He laughs. And then his body flattens in on itself, and he explodes. Cut to credits. No congratulations, no thank you, no pomp and circumstance, not even a quick pat on the ass on your way out the door. Nothing. They just dump you into the end credits and leave you with a cold, dead feeling inside of you as the game's parting words spin towards you. The end. Is that a D or a P?
Well, Jean-Claude goddamn Van Damme! This game fucking sucks. I wish I never played it, and I'm gonna make sure I never did. Well, who am I to judge? The game came out 30 years ago, and I'm only just reviewing it today. And it's been even 20 years since the game's future date. The first level takes place in 2005. Wow, you know you're feeling old when the future was so long ago.
Alright, my first impression is that the graphics are quite good for the NES and the character animation is well detailed, but the controls are delayed beyond belief. Did I just die by walking into the fucking door?
Man, fuck this game, fuck it to hell, fuck it to oblivion, fuck it to damnation of mankind! What happened? Huh? No! I'm not playing this shit anymore. The episode is over. Done!
If you hit down, you go into a crawling mode. Of course, it's extremely delayed, making it awkward to switch between standing and crawling. Oh, I'm really fucked now. Jump, jump!
I know it's a hard game, but I barely made it past the first screen. That opening part with the drawbridge, that's not even level 1. That's considered to be level 0. The whole episode amounted to 0. Nada. Zilch. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Actually, maybe I'm being too hard on myself. Maybe I forgot how difficult the game really is. Yeah, but I wish I got further. If only I could change the past. I wish I beat it.
Huh. You know, for some reason, I feel the urge to continue. So, the review goes on, and maybe I'll find a golden treasure of turds in this castle.
I mentioned how it was based on an arcade back in 1983, which was basically an interactive animated film. I'm aware that the NES version actually based many of its predicaments on specific scenes from that impressive Don Bluth animation. I've already talked about how insanely frustrating it is just to get into the castle, but once you've crossed that threshold, it's like a turd passing through the threshold of your anus. It's worth reminding you, there's two types of enemies, ones that kill you with one hit, and ones that chip away at your life bar in such small increments you almost have to squint to tell you're taking damage. It begs the question, why couldn't the game designers find any middle ground? The big problem is that the hazards pop up without any warning, combined with the fact that the character moves so slow, it's like he's underwater. Ugh! Ass! I can't stop getting hit! It's all about trial and error. The only way to make it through is to learn the layout of the stage and commit it to memory. So you must fail before you can succeed. But fail enough, lose all your lives, and you go all the way back to the beginning. How in the holy mother of shit is anyone supposed to beat this?
Tell me, why are there no continues? Why are there no continues?
One thing I just found out is that you have a candle that makes hidden items appear by pressing start.
What are you gonna do? Every step you take, hit start just to see if there happens to be a hidden item there? Who would think to do that?
It would have really helped to have the items out in the open, but that would have been a little too easy. And you may be asking, what's the P do anyway? Well, the P pisses away any common reason. It's points. Yeah, points. Oh, and G is gold. Want to know what the gold does? Gives you points. So if you really care about that high score, if you want to beat Tom, Dick, and Harry, then good for you. The level 1 boss is just a bunch of snakes that pop out and kill you. You have to explore every inch of the frame just to find a safe spot. But once you've killed one, another appears in its place. It's as cheap as it gets.
No! Oh, I have to do that all over again? What kind of masochist would go through that torture all over again?
Okay, finally. Got the pattern down. I beat the snakes. What's next?
What the fuck?
I'm at an elevator shaft where you have to make a tricky jump. Ah, fuck! I missed! But as the elevator keeps going down, you'll see that there's multiple floors, more than one chance to jump. So I figure it doesn't matter which one, right? Just get on there. Jump. Get over there. No. One more life. Can't die. Made it.
Yes. Thank God. No. It can't be. I got sent all the way back to the beginning?
Yeah, when you're on the elevator, each floor takes you to a different part of the game. Jump onto the wrong path, and you go back to level 0.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. What other game gives you a random multiple choice and sends you all the way back to the beginning? Man, fuck this. I couldn't beat this if I sat here and played it until I'm in my 40s. It's not even a joke. It's a cold hard fact that after all these years, I'm still playing this fucking game. And despite all the time that's passed, nothing's changed. You know that feeling where it seems that each year is shorter than the last? It's a bizarre phenomenon, but it's true. Life is like a roll of toilet paper. With each wipe, the roll gets smaller, each rotation being shorter than the last. The future is blank and clean, but as it becomes the present, you get all your shit on it. And when all your mortal existence has been run through the ass of life, all those years go down the toilet. Anyway, this elevator shaft has 4 platforms, and it absolutely matters which one you jump on. Only one will take you to the next level, so you just gotta make a shitty guess. Ah, there we go. Now we're on track, right? What? A one-hit death? I've encountered that same enemy before, and he's always been one of those ones that only takes like a little sliver of health away. Now he kills you in one hit? He also seems to be invincible. Yeah, look at that. I could throw daggers at him all day, and he never dies. So I guess you have to sneak past him somehow? Come on. Come on. Ah! Oh. Oh, come on. There we go. Ah. Get under him. Come on. Ah! Fuck. So you have to relentlessly spam him with daggers, which makes him momentarily back off, buying you a few precious milliseconds to position yourself. You have to jump to lure him into the air, then duck and crawl to get underneath him. Oh, there we go. Made it. What? It's a dead end? Well, what the fuck? Where else am I supposed to go? Okay, so I looked into it, and apparently you can't leave this room until you get the gold, but it's barely within reach. You have to get up on the throne and perform a very specific jump while simultaneously avoiding the Lizard King and keeping him away with your daggers. There's a certain rhythm to it, but even when you've mastered that, the gold is disappearing and reappearing. So your rhythm with the Lizard King has to match the same cycle as the gold, if that makes any sense. It's a putrid polyrhythm of diabolical game design. Oh, there we go. Oh, see that? I almost made it. Come on. Come on. Ah, got the gold. Okay, get to the right. Get to the right. What the fuck? Are you telling me you have to exit on the left? Ah! Okay, motherfucker, get away from me. Get away from me. Get up there. On the throne. On the throne. Okay, get the gold. Okay, fend off the fucker. Get to the left. I made it! For real. I'm back at the elevator. Was I in the wrong room? Okay. All right, let's try a different one. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's level 2. It all makes sense now. So that whole time, all that fucking work was for fucking nothing. Yes, that room is a waste. If this was Monopoly, it would be like landing on Go to Jail. The room is actually called the Treasury, which is technically a bonus stage. The only bonus stage I've ever heard of in video game history that traps and kills you. It serves no purpose other than to get the gold, which is apparently the gold that the Lizard King is stealing from you in the main levels, if you ever wanted to know that. Yeah, and I must point out, gold pieces are points, and the only point against avoiding this room is that you get less points, and who cares about points because points are fucking pointless! I've never heard of any game with such a blatant disrespect to all your blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, this fucking game, I don't like it. So, welcome to level 2. I guess we're doing this. Okay, now that I'm actually playing a real level and not just banging my head against the wall while jerking off, all I can say is, well, just look at it. This cranks the diarrhea dial up to a whole new dimension, because now you have to do actual platform jumping, which the controls are incapable of.
It's as if the stages were designed for Simon Belmont, but instead Dirk the dipshit showed up. Or even better, it's like if Kevin McAllister set up the house traps expecting the wet bandits, but then the Three Stooges come in. They wouldn't stand a chance. So you gotta get used to the delayed controls, the slow ducking, the robotic turns, and the moon jumps. Man, if you don't adapt to the crap factor, you're shit out of luck. And I must emphasize, it doesn't feel like you're controlling anything. Oh no, it feels like you're entering commands into a queue and then the character slowly starts acting them out. If only I could have told my younger self, wait till the part comes when you have to ride winds, or how about the moving platforms that you have to walk with? Yeah, in any other side-scroller, when you jump on the moving platform, the platform carries you, right? As long as you're standing still, you're going along for the ride. But in Dragon's Lair, no, if you're not walking, you fall off. The platform just says, see ya. Then there's the dark area. Yeah, the only time when you need to use the candle to light up the room. But hey, check out the candle meter. You ever wonder what that's for? Well, when that runs out, your candle is depleted. Want to try the game blind? Well, there you go. I'm fucked in Eternal Darkness. Yeah, Eternal Darkness. That's another game. I'd rather be playing that, or anything else, quite frankly. Anyway, you have to conserve the candle's wax or whatever. You know, let me ask. It takes him 10 years to duck or jump, but he can blow out a candle and light it again instantaneously? Closing out level 2 are these minecart trolls who are throwing rocks. Rude as shit.
Oh, fuck you and your fucking rocks. I'm gonna make it. Oh, I got some tricks up my sleeve. Here we go.
Ah, you can't hit me here, can you? It's such a fine line between stupid and clever.
Okay, got him. Woo! On to level 3. Oh. No. Another elevator? Oh, this can't be like the last one, can it? Oh, fuck. Oof, God, that hurts. Oh, what is this? Some kind of sick joke? Yeah, well, I got a joke for you. I'm gonna tear you a new asshole!
So here I am, replaying this filth for the 6,000th time, just so I can hop off the elevator again with another blind guess that will determine my fate. Okay, here we go.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Back to level 0. You know, really, if I would have beaten this game back in the first episode, I wouldn't have to deal with this right now. It was like pissing up a drainage pipe. It all comes back to you. Yeah, if only I could have beaten it then, I wouldn't be dealing with this miserable, steaming shitload of fuck! And after you've guessed correctly on the second elevator, you progress to level 3.
On this level, you have moving platforms and swinging pole balls that you can only avoid with a rapid succession of ducks and jumps. There are so many random death traps and breakaway floors. Step here, you die. Step there, you die. You die, die. With all these projectiles and enemies floating around, sometimes it's best to take a hit in order to avoid something else, if that makes sense. It's not about not getting hit, it's about what you can get hit and keep moving forward. Like right here, you just gotta eat the damage. And while you're at it, eat shit. Oh look, I got an axe. Why did it take me until level 3 to find another weapon? Probably because I missed them, or they hide them from you, and it doesn't help that they're represented by a letter. Couldn't you show an axe? Especially since the character is throwing an axe? The axe exists. You could put the fucking axe inside of that square. That's the most sorry-ass lazy shit I've ever seen. Even in Home Alone on NES, the items were inside the boxes.
But I apologize, because that is the most petty, most unnecessary complaint for this late in the game. The real shit is coming up.
There's a jump where you hit your head on the ceiling. It's like those shitty jumps in Ninja Turtles, where you have to pull off the most precise tap of the button. But not only that, you have to land on a moving platform and walk with it, and the whole time avoiding flying skulls.
Shit! Fuck! God, I finally made it.
In these type of games, you know shit has gotten real when the Grim Reaper shows up. But hang on, what happened to my axe? Why do I have daggers again? Somewhere along the way, I must have ran into a D. Why would they even put that there? The D might as well stand for downgrade. You don't want it, but you're too busy avoiding everything else. Anyway, while fighting the Grim Reaper, I started noticing I'm dying randomly. A lot! At first, I thought his fireballs must have an enormous hitbox, but then I realized throwing weapons drains your health. It's hardly noticeable until you die.
That is fucking shameful.
Imagine if in Contra you couldn't shoot too many bullets or else you die. Whoever came up with that is a fucking asshole. Anyway, gotta beat this guy. Don't fear the Reaper. Die, Death, die!
Yeah! Alright, what's next? No! No! What were they thinking? You know what? Fuck the past. Can't go back. We're gonna do this right here, right now.
Ugh! These baby dragons can go fuck themselves. They suck, but they're not gonna stop me.
I'm gonna beat this game once and for all. I'm gonna beat it the way I always should have. For the future. For old time's sake. Fuck it to hell. Fuck it to oblivion. Fuck it to damnation of mankind.
Those sick medieval motherfuckers who invented the torture devices never in their wildest dreams could have imagined something as horrific and agonizing as this game. It's only for the most masochist gamers who fantasize about being chained in a fucking dungeon. Only they have made it through these 4 levels of misery. And that's right, the game is only 4 levels. Oh, but I am not complaining. Oh no. You know, it could have been worse. They could have had a time limit. You could thank the fucking Lord above they didn't think of that. Right before the final boss, they drop a D right in your way. Could you imagine downgrading to the dagger right before taking on the final boss? And it's deliberate. They put it right there in the hopes you'll touch it. Douchebags. So now, behold, the final boss of Dragon's Lair. Come on, this is just a cartoon dragon. There's nothing to be scared of. What the fuck? The dragon Singe doesn't look that hard. He never moves, he doesn't even breathe fire. He only shoots little puffs of smoke. And there's only 2 types of shots, high and low. So all you have to do is duck and jump. That's it. So why am I dying so much? Well, because there's no time to react, no pattern, and no tell as to whether he's going to shoot high or low. But even when you start guessing real well and get into a good rhythm, the little purple dragon keeps appearing, so you gotta stop what you're doing to shoot him. It throws you off rhythm and fucks you up. And it never stops. It's literally like having 2 fights at the same time. I tell you, this game is the master of the putrid polyrhythm. This must be the most unassumingly difficult boss in the history of NES. Fuck! 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 Oh, F-U-C-K, fuck! Fuck! Oh, as if the game couldn't get any worse. Now it's glitching. Glitch! Glitch! Oh, no, not right now. Bad time, bad time! What is that thing anyway? There's a disembodied tit on the screen. How did they get there? Motherfuck. Will this game please stop glitching? Oh, damn, it's frozen now. Now I gotta play the whole thing all over again?
Oh, fuck. You know, I should have destroyed this game back when I had the chance. Well, I guess that's it. You know what? Maybe it's not about winning. Maybe it's about giving it your best shot. Oh, fuck that! I'm gonna beat this! Yeah! Yeah! That's it! I'm doing it! I'm gonna beat Dragon's Lair! I'm gonna beat it! Huh? What? No! 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 Today is the big day. The new Indiana Jones movie is out. That's right, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It's gonna be good. I have faith. It was only yesterday I was showing you all the games based on the classic trilogy. But now that it's a quadrilogy, I have a little surprise for you.
Of course, there's always going to be games I missed. I already showed you a few based on Last Crusade, but there's like 1,000 more. There's one on Commodore 64, which is basically like a shittier version of the Genesis game, which is pretty shitty itself. I remember that's the one where Indy pours from the Grail onto his father, like in the movie. Except, what is he pouring? That looks, questionable.
Yes, Cindy, right on my chest.
Then there's the PC version, which is actually good. It's a point-and-click game, made with a lot of care and attention to detail. The graphics and the lighting are really well done, but hang on, what's Indy doing with the water fountain? If he's drinking, he would be leaning over, so I can only conclude that since this game was developed and published by Lucasfilm Games, later LucasArts, it must be considered canon that Indy is a sink pisser.
But anyway, about that surprise, I'm going to do something a little different here. Usually, I take you back to the past, but this time, I'm going to play a new game. Yeah! They sent me an advanced copy of the new Crystal Skull game. I figured, before I go see the movie, I might as well check out the game.
I see it has that guy from Transformers. I don't know how that's going to go, but the big question, what console is this? Didge? Yeah, the Leapfrog Didge. It's a brand new handheld console coming this summer. It's quite an opportunity to be among the first to review it. It's geared towards children and is meant to be educational. Let's see. First, let's get this bastard out of the box. Ugh, you think there's enough packaging here? Son of a bitch. Come on. Oh look, they give you little stickers for overlays. Which one do you prefer? Well, obviously this one. Oh, I hate doing this shit. Get on there. Come on, smooth it out. Oh wait, they give you this protective cover also. So you're not going to see the sticker anyway. Motherfuckers. Let's put the game in. You know, I have high hopes here. I bet this will be pretty decent. It can't be like those old games. I'm sure they learned their lessons by now. So Indy and Mutt are looking for the skull. Hang on, his name is Mutt? What kind of name is that? If they named the dog Indiana, where did Mutt come from? I have a bad feeling about this, Indy. Yeah, I do too. The game starts up and it's a self-explanatory side-scroller. You're jumping around and whipping snakes. But you also have the option of punching. Not sure why. Did Indy just punch a scorpion? And a big one! The scorpion's bigger than him! Imagine if you saw a scorpion that big and had the nerve to walk up to it and punch it! Who does that? Next, he's punching giant rats. It's as big as that thing George Clooney fights in From Dusk Till Dawn. I mentioned this was an educational system. Well, every now and then, you open a chest and have to answer a math problem. But the real problem is this game is a piece of shit! Sometimes you come to a series of platforms. You have to jump on the one with the correct answer, or else you fall through. Could you imagine that? Speaking from personal experience, I'm supposed to be good at math because I'm a nerd, but really I'm not. If this were real, if my life depended on knowing the math, I'd be screwed. Imagine that. I walk up to the platform and then someone asks, "Quick, what's 32 divided by 8? I'd be like, fuck! As for those treasure chests, the strange thing is, it's optional. You don't really need to do it, unless you want the points. Some kid could be playing this and they're supposed to be learning math, but instead they skip the chests and just play the action parts.
Let me ask you a question. If you were playing a game and you had to choose between solving math problems or not solving math problems, which would you choose?
Some stages you play as Indy, others you play as Mutt. He's in the jungle, fighting with a sword on top of trucks and jeeps. Next he's climbing on vines. And the funny thing is, I bet none of this even happens in the movie. What next? Is there going to be a bunch of monkeys? Not happening. When you beat the stage boss, Spalko, the game actually allows you to continuously whack her with the sword. Jeez, how cruel. Spalko? More like Spanko. The game is appropriately easy for kids, but damn, sometimes the clunky control can be frustrating and lead to many deaths. Just a reminder, this is not an NES controller.
It's so unfair! Ah, fuck! Shit! Ah, oh, you motherfucker!
The final boss is a statue come to life. That'll be in the movie.
Ah!
Now, this guy is tough. Man!
You motherfucker. You motherfucker!
Oh, man! Well, after finally beating him, Indy grabs the skull. It looks like he places it on a skeleton body. Don't look at it, Mutt. It unleashes its power, much like the Ark, and they escape.
I don't know about this game. I guess I have high expectations for anything new, but I am excited for that new movie. I mean, this is more than a movie. It's an event. Crystal Skull is going to be the last Indiana Jones movie. There's no way they're going to make any more. It's not like they can de-age Harrison Ford or anything like that. That'd be like if in 15 years I come back to this same episode. How crazy would that be? Anyway, fuck this Didge game. Didge, you know, it's a piece of shit. Ah, missed. Here, let me try again. Well, the thing's so small. Did you really expect me to hit it? Nice going, Ray.
So, before I head off to see the movie, I want to take a brief look through some of the other games to see ahead of time where the movie might take inspiration. For example, on the PC, there was a game called Indiana Jones and the Desktop Adventures. Wow, real exciting name, right? That would be like calling one of the movies Indiana Jones and the Movie Escapade. It's a precursor to Star Wars Yoda Stories. It's an overhead action-based game with a puzzle-solving element. The exploration aspect is great, it has some appeal, but the movement and controls are pretty awkward. Great adventuring, bad combat. But the reason I bring it up is because, keep in mind, this game came out in '96, but the Crystal Skull is in it. Of course, the Crystal Skulls are real-life artifacts with a lot of mystery surrounding them, but the fact they were already included in the Indiana Jones universe means that the new movie may borrow things from the games. It was long speculated that Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis from '92 might be the subject of the next movie. While that turned out not to be true, the game did a good job adding new lore to the franchise. It's another point-and-click game, and for its time, it was very cutting edge. A lot of thought went into the plot, and the artwork is great. The graphics and sound are excellent, it plays out very well, and gives you enough clues to figure out what to click on. Above all, it feels very cinematic, as if this could have been the fourth movie, but feels kinda sad to end all the fun speculation. Indiana Jones was of course inspired by many old film serials and movies that Steven Spielberg and George Lucas saw when they were young. They were also inspired by comics, most notably all the classic Scrooge McDuck adventures by Carl Barks. So getting back to the games, it's worth looking to see what other Indiana Jones... Wait a minute, that's not an Indiana Jones game! To see what else the fourth movie could draw from, we could check out the 3D games. Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb was fairly recent. It was on PS2, Xbox, PC, all that shit. Here, Indy has to find a pearl called the Heart of the Dragon buried with the first Emperor of China. Once again, it doesn't seem like the new film is based on it, but there's a great wealth of imagination and adventure within that could make for great cinematics. This game is another good one, except for some annoying camera angles. You get to use the whip in all the ways you'd hope for, the voice acting is good, the likeness of Harrison Ford is done pretty well, and overall, there's not much to complain about. But there was a game that came out before this one, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. Infernal? The dictionary defines infernal as irritating and tiresome. Sounds like something the Shredder would say, like, "Blast this infernal machine!" Well, this was the first 3D Indiana Jones game. It came out in '99 on PC and 2000 on Nintendo 64. From what I heard, it was only available at Blockbuster Video. This one's set after the original trilogy. The Soviets are trying to dig up a legendary Babylonian engine that was used to contact an ancient god or whatever. Indy meets up with a member of the CIA who sends him on the mission.
You're a famous archaeologist. I'm just a spy.
Yeah, a spy can't do dangerous shit. Leave it to the archaeologist. Makes sense. The gameplay is very much like Zelda Ocarina of Time. Pushing blocks, the Z targeting, and the on-screen item selection and button commands are almost identical. One of the weapons you can switch to is a pair of boxing gloves. Come on, really? Indy's carrying around boxing gloves? And when you switch to it, he punches barehanded anyway. I don't get it. Did you see that? I just killed a snake by punching the air above it. You better watch these snakes. If you get bit, the venom starts draining your health. You gotta use the antidote, but if you're not paying attention, you might not even realize it.
Having no understanding, the rabble had thrown down his work.
Indy? Snap out of it. Oh boy, Indy's talking to the wall again. That venom's making him feel funny. So you just go around solving puzzles. It is somewhat in line with the movies. He'll do things like climb on top of a truck, and somehow the enemies don't notice him. I mean, come on, there's a guy laying on top of the truck. You can't see that? Then you're doing these shitty leap of faith jumps. Of course, it is an Indiana Jones game. And one time I actually landed on a button which unlocked the next part. I didn't even know that was the goal. I'm just making this up as I go. Next, it's an icy winter level. Okay, so what do I do here? Piss Jehovah into the snow? I must say, I love when he swims, he takes his hat off. Because that would be unrealistic, to swim with his hat on. When he comes back out of the water, the hat reappears. So I can only conclude that every time he goes in the water, he loses the hat and puts a new one on. Yeah, confirmed. Indy has an unlimited supply of hats in his pants.
What in the name of ass? This game is so fucked it belongs in a museum.
The jumps in this game are insane. It seems 90% of the time all you're doing is jumping around, hoping to make it. Get over there! You motherfucker! Here, let me try again. Oh! Leap of faith? More like leap of fuck you!
Ah!
McClunky.
I can't take this many references. Anyway, I've gone far enough down the rabbit hole with Indiana Jones games, so I'm done. And hey, guess what? You know what time it is? It's movie time. That's right. I'm off to see Crystal Skull. Well, I'll see you next time with some shorter reviews. You know, I need a little break here. So just stay away from all that foul shit. Go check out the movie, I guess. And I'll see you later. Oh, God! Oh, my God! I can't believe it's not as good as Raiders and Crusade! Who would have thought a movie made in the year 2008 would have any CG in it? Ah! If they make another Indiana Jones movie, I'm not watching it! Alright, I'm off to see the Dial of Destiny. Speaking of which, I happen to have found the real dial. Yeah, it has the power to change the course of history. It's a little old, it's a little smelly, a little muddy. Wait a minute. That's not mud. Oh. This isn't the dial. This is the diarrhea dial. Oh, I need to cleanse my palate. I need to watch something else. I know. The Adventures of Young Indiana Jones. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
I have the new DVD set. I always meant to getting around to watching it. Let's open this bad boy. Wow, this is a lot of discs, and this is only volume 1. Look at all these. Oh, and look at all these special features. Yeah, disc 12 has an interactive timeline, historical lecture, Revolution interactive game?
No. Let's see if this diarrhea dial works. I guess you just push this. Oh, is it possible that these games are getting even shittier?
Looks like the nerds got more work to do. Shorter reviews my ass! That looks nothing like Indiana Jones, not Harrison Ford or Sean Patrick Flannery. And it's an educational game? Who wants that? It's a sad thing when you can say the best part of the whole game is playing blackjack. But if this is an educational game for kids, why would they teach you gambling? What were they thinking?
Huh. I don't know. Actually, this isn't bad.
Considering it's just a DVD extra, they put a lot of effort into it. It's basically like an episode of the show made into an Oregon Trail type of game where you have to manage your supply of food and water. The dialogue is well written and the voice acting is good.
Maybe you gotta push it harder.
Oh, I died for no reason? Did I have a snake bite? Did I forget to drink water? I don't know. And you know what's worse? There's 3 of these games from each DVD volume. Revolution, Special Delivery, and Hunting for Treasure. And they all suck. The drawings look like a discombobulated mess. And when you're not having a lame-ass, confusing conversation, you're busy whipping snakes and murdering people and animals. You never have enough room in your inventory. Sometimes it's even full right from the start. I never know what to do, so I find myself just playing blackjack all the time. Because of that, I guess I lost all my money for food and water. On top of the crippling financial ruin, dehydration, and delirium, Indy apparently has broken arms, snake venom, malaria, and dies a broke loser. Since we're on a young Indiana Jones theme now, let's check out the Genesis game, Instruments of Chaos. First, you get a message from Agent Rolf. Rolf? Nobody's name is Rolf. The mission is to stop enemy spies from buying the latest weapon technologies from countries all over Europe. You can play the stages in any order you like. So, I'll try out England. The action starts on London's Tower Bridge. It's a basic side-scroller, seems pretty average.
this makes all the other games seem great!
I keep getting zapped by lightning over and over. Every step I take, a bird or something hits me and knocks me back. Get over there! And these construction workers are always in my way. Who would be working on a bridge in the middle of a thunderstorm? Oh, I can just shoot them? Indiana Jones murders construction workers? What kind of hero is he? There's no clear indication of where to go. Can I go over here? Fuck! Oh, I get it. You're supposed to bomb the gearbox. How are you supposed to know that? So Indy bombs a bridge and kills people. I bet you weren't aware of his dark past. Wonder if that's canon. Anyway, I could not beat this stage. After about an hour, I gave up and tried Tibet.
Well, give it to me, Diarrhea Dial, come on.
Oh, goodness. Here, all you're doing is hopping across sheets of ice, and if you thought this game would have smooth platform jumping, you're wrong. You try to calculate your trajectory, but only end up falling in the water, again and again. To make things worse, somebody left wooden crates laying around, and just when you start getting some momentum, a fish leaps out and knocks you back. Don't you hate it when that happens, when you're busy trying to jump across sheets of ice and a fucking fish hits you in the face? Then I tried the India stage. Alright, just gonna... Oh, what the fuck happened there? Alright, come on, whip. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's get the... God, come on. Die. Okay, let's go for... Alright, let's get rid of the snake first. Oh my god, I can't even... Come on, die. The problem with this stage is there's too many enemies attacking all at once. It's as if you took all the enemies in the entire stage and crammed them all into one spot. Like the enemies got smart and said, hey, let's gang up on them. There's hard games, excruciatingly difficult games, but this falls to a whole new level of no mercy torture games. Get used to that end screen that says, we regret to inform you, Indiana Jones is dead. As if they want it to sink in.
Your beloved character has died because you failed. That's it. The character is dead. Harrison Ford's never coming back to do another movie, and it's all your fault because you got hit by a combination of birds, snakes, flying knives, and a monkey hopped up on drugs!
Alright, just one last stage. This is it. Last try. You can't go to Germany till you've beaten the rest. And I can't beat a single one so far. But maybe in Egypt I'll have better luck. Let's see.
Oh, diarrhea!
Whip the fucking snake!
Fuck! Fuck!
I don't think I could take anymore, but our last hope is the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles on NES.
Diarrhea, cha-cha-cha, diarrhea.
Oh! This is the worst Indiana Jones game of all! This is below any human standard of decency! I can't even believe this is real! Why did they make level 1 so difficult? Right out of the gate, this game bullies you relentlessly. How were kids supposed to play this? There's games that just suck, but then there's games that seem to be made with ill intent. Like this was designed to punish your soul, as if someone hates you. Well, fuck them. They don't allow you to make any mistakes. You might be having a near flawless run, but oops, you get hit, you lose your weapon, and then you're down to your fists, which is useless. You come to a wall of gun turrets like the Contra Level 1 boss. Good luck trying to punch that. I've given every ounce of my gaming spirit, and I can't beat level 1! Ah! Ah!
Oh! It's killing me! No, it's actually killing me! Ah!
Why did all these games suck?
The Power Glove works perfectly! That's it. I can't fucking take it anymore. These Batman games are amazing! This is fucked beyond belief!
Big Rigs is one of the best racing games I've ever played.
I'm dying. There's only one thing that could save me. Oh shit! I should have known! It's a replica! Fuck!
Oh god.
Oh, what's happening? Back in the day, paint programs were, how do we say, not very advanced. On computers, there was Microsoft Paint, amongst many others, but on a game console, this kind of thing was virtually unheard of at the time.
Mario Paint came out in '92, and it was actually pretty groundbreaking. Before this, there was Art Alive on Sega Genesis, and if you really want to dig deep, there was Videomation on NES. Believe it or not, Color a Dinosaur came out later. Oh boy, all you do in that game is, well, color dinosaurs. Yeah, definitely prehistoric as far as gaming technology is concerned. Mario Paint came in an extra large box and included a mouse with its own hard plastic mouse pad. I can't say I've played many Super Nintendo games using the mouse, no more often than I've played with St. Bernard feces on a sheet of specific limestone from the Scottish Highlands. So, needless to say, it's a unique experience. Nintendo knew how to brand the Mario franchise to its fullest. They did a great job making it stand out from other drawing programs, and it all starts with an interactive title screen. At first glance, it's just Mario running by on a loop, but if you click the letters, they each do something cool. The A drops down. Let's see if I can hit Mario.
Ah, missed! Alright, come on, you little meatball motherfucker. Yeah!
And for instance, the O explodes. Boom! And the I makes the screen shake.
It's tripping me out!
This kind of interactivity led to other title screens like Mario 64, where you can mess with Mario's face. This was almost as fun as the actual game. Also, there happens to be some Genesis games like Vector Man, where you can mess with the Sega logo. But anyway, once you've had enough fun with the title, you're ready to paint. And as I've mentioned, there's many different brush types, many different sizes, many tools for making shapes, and what's really fun, at the top of the screen, there's all kinds of stamps, some of which are Mario characters, and a bunch of other wacky stuff. But the really cool thing is that you can make your own custom stamps and even combine them to make larger sprites. Nintendo Power even had a strategy guide that gave you all kinds of suggestions. You have some options. You can start with an empty canvas, or you could load up the coloring book. There's only a few pre-made drawings. There's a scene with Mario and Yoshi, but the rest are hilariously generic. An underwater scene? A birthday cake? A bunch of animals? They couldn't come up with anything better than this? But hey, I've gotten countless hours of fun out of it. Who doesn't love defacing Mario and Yoshi? And that brings me to the animation tool. Say I want Yoshi to vomit on the mushroom. Yeah, you can only animate one little section of the drawing as a separate layer on a loop, and with only the options of 4, 6, or 9 frames. Got that? It's very limited, but as a kid, this was a godsend, as it was the only way I had access to do any type of animation, period. Sad to say, but those were the times. My first attempt, the puke went too far. Aw, how disappointing. Doesn't that suck? So when you're in the animation panel, it's hard to predict the boundaries of where you want it to interact with your drawing, if you know what I mean. But once you get it right, how satisfying. Look at that. Yeah. And that's going pretty mild because I'm sure kids and adults worldwide have made all kinds of foul, obscene things in the history of this game's existence. When you have something you like, you can save it. But check this out. You can only have one save file. That's it. And the save function takes more than a minute. That may seem tedious, but you know what? With that cool robot and that catchy beat, I don't mind it. You can make a path for the animation tool. So say you want to have a Yoshi sprite running off a platform and jumping. You just draw a path and then turn on the animation. And there it goes. Pretty simple. But let's try something more advanced. Let's have a Koopa kicking Mario into a spike pit. You would think it wouldn't be too hard. I mean, here's 9 frames of Mario going into a falling position and then going splat. Then I draw the path, but once you turn the animation on, look what happens. The blood burst keeps looping, and it isn't timed with the spike impact like I wanted. Yes, you could mess with the speed and try some workarounds, but the point remains that it's a cool idea marred with some serious limitations. One of the worst limitations is that when you're drawing, you can only undo one mistake. There's no history of all the things you've done, like in Photoshop or other drawing programs today. But when you're done with a drawing and want to erase it, this is where Mario Paint goes above and beyond. This is a game where erasing is like a whole event. Oh, how many ways to erase something? Should I make the image break up into patterns, fade away, go up into a rocket ship, or wash away like I'm pouring a Rolling Rock into the system?
But you want to know the best one of all? Yeah.
One of the most fun aspects in Mario Paint is the music creator. You have the option of making your own songs from scratch or loading up some pre-made demo songs and then change notes or instruments using a wide selection of cute random things like cats, dogs, and pigs. Gotta love it. Every song sounds better with pig snorts. It is limited, but you can still make cool things, like say, how about a song from the band Gwar? Yeah! Gwar rules! Now you have Beavis and Butthead headbanging to Gwar. That would be butthead banging their buttheads. You know, I think I got some of my toilet humor from these guys. I mean, look no further than that animal coloring page. I bet I've described the shit dumping procedure for most of these animals before. You know I had to go there. So let's see all these animals shit. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, look at the hippo muck spreading. Or the koala's taking a crapola. Oh, the animal shit.
Oh my god, it's the combined feces of all the animals I've ever compared video games to. All the dumps I'd rather eat or have in my ear. Oh, all the defecation of my dreams. What's my problem? Have I gone overboard? Is my obsession with shit some kind of pathological condition? I'm in a world of it. I'm in a world of shit. I gotta get out of here. How do I know. I'll draw the nerd room. Yeah, that's it.
I'm back. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm backstage at Guar!
Hey, Sawborg, something about this green room feels really familiar to me.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Man, I wish this mouse would work. Did you clean the gook out of this thing?
Oh, it was in my urethra earlier, actually. Where's all of our 8 balls of Coke, actually?
Oh, yeah, it's automated. Oh, mouse work.
No, I don't think that's quite how it works. Yeah, you gotta use some lube, I'm pretty sure.
I know there's some cocaine in there somewhere.
No,
I don't know.
Both at the same time,
Pull out.
maybe.
Oh my god! It's Guar!
Oh my god!
Oh, this is crazy! I was inside the game, there's all this shit and feces and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out how to get back to the real nerd room. Don't you guys got a show to play?
Yeah, there's been some delays. The glitch gremlin got into our amplifiers.
Yeah, and Shit Pickle's been breaking all the guitar strings.
And Bugs Bunny's been getting tangled in all the cables.
And Rob the Robot took over the wireless systems too.
You know what that means is that my world is bleeding into yours. Interesting.
And that could only mean one thing. We should play a game together.
Oh, yeah.
That logic makes absolute perfect sense.
I love it.
All right, so let's start the review. I am the nerd, and...
Grodius Maximus of Guar. Hey, how's it going?
Sawborg Destructo, that's right.
And today we're going to be playing Guario Paint.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah, it got a little dusty here, so somebody just got to blow in the... You guys want to do the honors?
Little blow bang action? Nerd, you want to hit this?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think it's good. It's good.
Okay,
yeah, it's good. So I figured we'll start with the music part of the game because you guys are into music and it makes sense. The demo track in this game, they have quite a few demo tracks. They're very catchy. Very catchy.
Very, very, very catchy.
Oh, you do it so well. You're so good at this.
You're about to catch some STDs, if you know what I'm saying. Shit! Balls! Ass! Fuck you! Cock! What a piece of shit! Fuck!
One of the most fun parts in Mario Paint actually has nothing to do with painting. It's a coffee break, or that's what it's called. It's a bonus game. It's also known as Gnat Attack.
Oh.
Yeah, you got 100 flies that you got to swat. So you just...
Ooh.
Yeah, you just swat the flies. That's it.
Kill his ass.
Yeah, get that one.
Yeah, that's it.
Fun fact, actually, this is the first mini game I ever masturbated to.
More blood.
Oh, yeah.
It really makes your fingers really sore. I mean, like,
man, I'm really feeling it.
Because you're just doing this all the time. It just gets so...
Like that?
No, it's more like when
it's
you're finger
like that.
blasting a dolphin. You know, you're finger blasting some kind of porpoise or like maybe a cetacean of some kind.
The blowhole, would that be the blowhole?
There's there's all kinds of blowholes.
Whatever hole.
A lot of people don't know that.
Oh, so the blowhole that we commonly associate as the blowhole is not actually... you know what?
You put your wiener in it, kids. That's what you do, so.
All right.
Nerd, use your profanity.
Oh, fuck.
Swear at him.
Shoot.
Harder. Swear harder.
Shit.
Ass.
Fuck. Darn it. Shoot.
Darn it.
Help me out here.
Watch your mouth, Grodius.
Fruit Loops.
This is kid show.
What else is there?
Okay, here we go. 14, 13. Oh, God. We're almost done. Thank goodness we're almost done. We're done with this ridiculous futile coffee break.
Here we go. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. What do you make of this guy?
What the hell's that now?
It's like a robot
It's
fly.
a boss bug bot.
Look, what are they? Are they like farting out?
Yeah, they're
other
farting
flies?
more flies at you.
They're farting out their dick.
Little dick fart
Dick
flies
farts.
shooting right out of there.
Get him before he dick farts you.
Now, when you die, he screams like Pee Wee Herman. What's up with that?
He goes,
Is that a Wilhelm scream?
So your character is a hand. It's just a disembodied hand. So you're supposed to be the hamburger helper mascot or what? I think his name was actually Lefty.
Lefty.
Yeah. Imagine getting jerked off by Lefty.
Yeah, that's the stranger they call it.
That would be some hamburger help right there, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Yeah. Just keep going.
Yeah. Congratulations indeed.
Congratulations?
Yeah, it's congratulations.
And that is level 1.
What?
That's the ice level.
So we're gonna get into the drawings now. And here's the deal. I got this magic mouse that basically this allows me to draw with like special automatic skills.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds like ancient scumdog technology.
Yeah.
Wow, it is? Okay, cool. I just guessed.
What is that?
It's that red rocket. So I'm guessing it looks like a dog dick.
Yeah,
Is that
totally.
what that is? Okay, keep going.
They need more veins on it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, and that's the splooge.
That's the splooge,
right?
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. To completion right there.
Okay.
Oh, Turbo Team. Oh, man. That's right.
Great job.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we got Tom here. That's pretty good. Tom the cat. Yes. You're drawing
Thomas.
him with a mouse, which is interesting.
Oh, drawing a cat with a mouse.
Yeah. How
See
about
what you
that?
did there, man.
Yeah.
Can you see that jar back there? My grandma's
She's in there.
ashes are in there. Yeah. Sawborg, you want to do one?
Yeah. Well, oh no, sorry, man. This is my dominant hand. I can't draw with this today. Nah, sorry. All right, yeah, work on the lips. Yeah, get those lips voluptuous. Yeah, Jessica Rabbit, baby. Oh, yeah. What the hell? That's amazing.
Get closer.
Happy, joy.
Happy, joy.
Happy, joy. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. It's a green,
vaguely familiar.
green blob. Wait a minute.
Wait.
You're drawing. Are you drawing? Is he drawing you?
I think that's what's going on here.
Look at that. Grodius. Look at that. That's a good job, man. All right, that's enough. Come on. Why are you spending so much time on Grodius?
All right.
Yeah. Grodius over there. Oh, yeah. More abs. Like way more abs.
Okay.
Yeah, the ass needs to be really, really towed. Yeah.
The saw be in a different place, or is that good?
Yeah. We're good, buddy. Thank you. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah, a piece of artwork here that's going up in the Louvre.
Is Gadget steampunk?
I don't know. Yeah, she's steampunk.
Seems like your type, Sawborg.
Yeah, maybe I'm into that. Yeah, she can like work on my crank and stuff. And I mean, crank. I don't know. Yeah, work on it.
I think I get what you mean.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that 5 o'clock shadow going on. Or is that poop?
It's poop.
Have they been eating poop?
They're cavemen. They were eating whatever they could get their hands on.
I guess that's how it was back then.
It's a living.
Ho.
Yeah, they're your biggest fans.
They are.
Yeah.
Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, we were in the Beavis and Butthead game, right?
That's right. You're like the whole point of the game is trying to get to a Guar concert. Yeah. You know what the problem is, guys?
What?
I already reviewed it.
This is really nice, you guys.
Nice day out.
Wow.
It's very lovely.
Oh,
yeah, look at that. That's cool.
Buddy right
There, buddy. Yeah, get him.
Nerd.
Okay.
He got his ass. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like hanging out with you guys in this world of make-believe.
Yeah, isn't it awesome? We could just like play this game, create our own fantasy.
Yeah, this game is like, it's more than a game. It's a window to your soul, exposing all your weird fixations.
Yeah, why's it always got to be about blood?
And shit.
And puke.
Yeah, what made us this way?
You know, well, we kind of created human existence to begin with.
Yeah, did you guys come from Antarctica?
No. Originally, we came out from outer space.
Yes.
The far, vast regions of the outer space realm rim that the master of the universe created with his amazing head. It's a long story. There was this battle that we did, and we really screwed up.
Don't forget the crack cocaine.
Yeah, there was something about he kicked us to Earth. We've been here for billions and billions of years. It's been a long, ongoing thing. Yeah, so when the master sent us back here, it just proved to us that we're a band of intergalactic fuck-ups.
I don't know what my story is. I'm trapped by shitty games in a world of shit. And like, things never make sense in my world. I mean, one day I'm playing a game and then Ernie from Sesame Street shows up and then Bugs Bunny and the Cowardly Lion walk in unannounced and uninvited. One day I'm dressed as Batman, another as Hunter S. Thompson. One moment I'm shooting lasers at my eyes, then I'm flying into the sun like Superman, and then I'm growing to giant size to fight a robot.
I've shit on things, I've been shit on, I've traveled through time, I've met clones of myself, I've died multiple times and gone to hell. Every time I die, I respawn in some other dimension where different universes and timelines cross over. You know? Yeah. So we're all kind of fucked up. I get it. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well, fucked up. You know what? You guys are on. Yeah. All right.
We gotta go.
Hey, there's only one little favor. I think the only way I can respawn into the next episode is you guys got to kill me.
That's not going to be a problem.
Yeah. No problem, man, buddy. We got you. We got you. We got you.
What do you know?